What's going on, family? Monday Quality Talks number 26. Very, 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 very good evening to each and every one of you. Tonight, today, this afternoon, this morning, wherever you are located in the world, I'm taking the show to not only YouTube, not only Facebook, but now LinkedIn. So, very welcome, very warm welcome to all my LinkedIn subscribers. And the network, of course. Welcome, everyone. Anise, Noble, thank you very much for tuning in. Y'all most appreciated. This is the Monday Quality Talks, indeed, 26th episode. And I have a very, very, very special guest tonight. My good brother, also a mentor, advisor, etc., etc. Man, he's a very successful businessman, uh, digital sensei, a man of many hats, a man of many capacities, a man of generosity, a guy that has so many albums you can't even count them. You don't even have enough of your two hands to count the amounts of albums that he's done, let alone the singles and other productions that he's done for himself and other artists. Um, Worked with Killer Priest from the Wu Tang, Jacob de Varieux, the legends. I mean, the guy is literally one of the forefathers of the French rap and hip hop scene. One of them, not enough mentioned, of course, as you can imagine. Doesn't look too good to talk about a guy that transitioned and was very successful in another genre. But hopefully, as the year goes, history can be placed back in its actual true center. Without further ado, let me bring to you, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Monsieur Papa Kaysha Mukulukuku Premier, l'homme que l'on nomme, le sponsor que j'amène. Aïe, 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 mignon garçon! Welcome, 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 welcome.
What up, brother? What up, brother? How are you? What's
We here,
good
bro. We
in
here.
your area?
You know, where I live and where you live, we live in very, very, very nice areas of Lisbon, so can't complain.
Indeed. We gotta say that we live in good areas and we are free
Yes, yes,
compared
very much
to
so.
what a lot of people are still going
Going through,
through.
man. Yeah, man.
We are lucky to enjoy the possibility to go see our parents, to go see our friends and families, to go have a good drink. Even if I'm still waiting for you to pull up, so we can have that
We can have
cigar
that.
afternoon.
You already know. You already know. You already know. Bonsoir, bonsoir à toutes et à tous.
Bonsoir Eunice, bonsoir DJ Kick, bonsoir Carla.
Very
What do you
nice to
do
see
now?
everyone connected. So tonight we're gonna be multilingual: French, English, Lingala maybe.
Sango, Lingala, ma papa, ma maman. Quand le soleil se lève sur le beau et majestueux fleuve Zaïre. Papa, bon. Sorry.
Are you nostalgic?
That's le logiciel.
No, because okay, let's talk about this. So you know,
Yeah.
you posted recently a picture of you, your dad, and Mobutu,
Yeah.
and for some odd reasons,
The internet
people
went
started.
nuts.
The internet went nuts. What happened?
Well, I guess I guess Africans have a hard time digesting their history. I believe that Africans tend to view history in black and white. Either it was
Okay.
amazing, or either it was horrible. So,
Yeah, yeah.
Olga, I'm
But
still waiting for your call. My mom, you're not a great second girl. Just joking. Yeah. So as you're gonna have to do better than that. So yeah, as I was saying, Africans, especially in the diaspora, since they are intoxicated with a history of Africa that is fabricated by what up, Abju? Fabricated by the news media, the propaganda, the Occidental propaganda. They tend to see every time they have a new leader, they worship them to a, a point that is unhealthy. And then once the Occidental media turns against the people that they promoted and that we all promoted, whatever, then it becomes dictator, assassin, whatever. And but if you look at every American president, every French president,
Yeah.
they are celebrated just because they are part of history. They are part of the leadership of the countries, and they did good, they did bad, they had opposition, and they had support. And but they are remembered as, yeah, listen, he did this, he did that, that was great. He did this, he was that, that was not great. He did that war, that was horrible, and he did those things, and he built those things. But us Africans, we tend to just like, when it's the end of your reign, it's like, c'était un sanguinaire, salaud, pédé con. like, it's gonna be a different Monday Quality Talks, y'all.
Oh, today.
It's not the same body when I'm around.
No, when K's around, it's a whole mess. It's a different type of mess. You know, we're
So-
not going deep and spiritual tonight.
Yeah, we are.
We
But
will. Don't
go.
worry, we're getting there.
But you see what I mean?
Getting it up.
And it's so interesting when. So I had a lot of people telling me, "Oh, amazing! This is part of history. Oh my God, you were 4 years old and you were there with him. Oh my God, like this is a history of Africa. You're part of history, legend in the making, a future legend with some legends, etc." You see what I mean? But then some other people were like, "Why? But why would you post that?" It's like, because that's my history. That's who I am. That's
Yeah.
who I grew up around, and to me, it's like it's me, my dad, and an uncle at that point.
Yeah.
And it was him and
And you were
a
4
bunch
years
of
old,
other.
so I mean, seriously.
Yeah,
come on.
and there was a bunch of other presidents that I've been around that I remember, like not clearly in my head, but I remember going to Senegal, meeting Abdou Diouf. I remember going to China, meeting the president at that time. I remember all these things because my father at that moment was a diplomat. So what you're gonna do if your father is a renowned politician in your country? You're gonna act like you have no past, and because you want to please those who are narrow-minded, or you're gonna assume who you are, and like I think if you were the son of I don't know, if you're the son of Bill Cosby today, like your father has been celebrated for 60 years, and then the last 5 years, all of a sudden, everybody turned their back on him, and what? So you stop posting photos with your dad? Like, people make no sense on the internet, and people react emotionally, and they react to their programming. And I mean, I understand that. And well, me, because I clearly don't give a single fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna post me. I'm gonna post who I am. I'm gonna post what makes the rich fabric of who I am. Yeah, I'm streets. I'm married. I've been a player before being married.
You used to be a porn star.
I used to. I've been a cook. Was doing spaghettis. I did rap. I did zouk. I did kizomba. I did.
You were even broke at some point in your life. People can't believe it, but it's true. It'll all happen.
Yeah, a few days happens. Like, it's normal.
Oh shit!
Like, it goes. Things like life is about life, and I think the problem of the internet today is that most people spend so much energy criticizing or commenting the life of other people and celebrities, movie stars, couples, whatever. And sometimes you look at those comments and you're like, you want to put a comment, you want to put a normal comment like, oh man, too bad people separate. And give you an example. I tweeted because Bill Gates and Melinda, they're separated. So I tweeted, yeah, good luck to both of you. Good luck to Bill and Melinda, and sorry for, you guys have been married for 40 years. It ends. Yeah, sorry and good luck to both of you. And somebody sent me a tweet. Why? I'm like, why what? Why are you wishing them well? I'm like, because it's a couple, and if I was getting divorced from my wife, I would wish somebody would wish me well and wish us well and send us positive. Yeah, but the vaccine. I was like, nigga, shut the fuck up. Like, not me. Like,
Yeah, but you can
you have to.
understand that people, at some point, people do feel a certain way. And you're right. I mean, at the end of the day, these are tragedies of life,
Yeah, personal
and
tragedy.
personal tragedies. And so, it's got to be acknowledged. But at the same time, people be like, yeah, it's kind of like, sweet justice in a way, because he's the most hated man in the world right now, or he's been actually for
Yeah, but
some time.
why
Well,
he was
supposedly
loved
he's the
10
one
years
who's
ago?
he's responsible for creating a fully man-made virus, according to
Says
Deep.
who?
I
Like,
mean, people have
so
have their valid
so
opinions about it.
but that's the thing.
According,
This virus, last year he came out of the asshole of a pangolin, and now he came out from Bill Gates. I
uh,
mean,
because supposedly he's been talking about a global
yeah, it's
pandemic
been,
to be expected to hit the world, and people are like,
of
"But why a
course,
global pandemic? Why would it be necessarily a global pandemic? Why would it not be something else?"
but that's the that's the
I
that's
mean,
the
you can't
magic
deny
of
the fact
things.
that there is, bro. I mean, yes, there is
No, bro,
magic, but
listen. If I
I
tell
mean,
you, okay, let me give you a conversation that you and I had. You and I, we had a dinner. We had a dinner, and during that dinner, I said, "Be careful, since there's a pandemic. All your shows might be canceled." You remember? You had 6 shows lined up, and I was like, "Yo, if the borders close,
I had a tour,
all your shows are."
South American tour, yeah.
Yeah, you had a tour in South America, you had the Martinique, etc. And I was like, bro, be careful and save some money, because if everything gets canceled and all the borders close, well, you might lose all your shows. So imagine 2 weeks later, the borders of Europe close, then the borders of Portugal close, then every border close, every country close, and everybody's stranded wherever they are, right? And I come to you and I say, "See, I told you that was a risk," and you reply to me, "This is your fault. You are the maker of this because you've been telling me that this would happen." I was like, "What's wrong with this?" And this is exactly how
Yeah,
I
but
see
hold
Bill
on.
Gates.
No, but no. I understand your example, and there's a difference between having a capacity to, make certain projections according to some, tangible elements, or not. And then there's a problem when obviously the guy is involved in anything health now. After building a massive tech company, now is going into the health world, and behind all these so-called advancements for anything related to the well-being of humans at the end of the day,
Yeah, yeah.
or not. And so it's like, but and can nobody deny the fact that unfortunately there has been a history of vaccines not necessarily always being made
To the
in a
benefit of
way
humans,
that
of
would
some
benefit humans,
populations.
of some
And
populations.
Yeah, but I
And to
understand that.
add,
But
no, hold on,
go ahead, go
and
ahead.
to add on top of that, unfortunately, when you now you see the way things are evolving, where it's there's this whole narrative where it's like, if you don't want to vaccinate yourself, then you're going to be ostracized from society. When and it's always been an issue, not only because of COVID, but I remember a couple of years ago there was people who didn't want to vaccinate their kids for some disease or some stuff, but it's their
Yeah,
right,
warmers and whatever.
But at the same time, I understand that a family who has a daughter or son that has a very, very complicated type of disease or degenerative disease, might be affected by a kid that would be next to them not being vaccinated against one particular disease, and eventually, I mean, you don't know, but it's a very, very sensible question, man.
But that's the thing.
But
At a
Bill Gates
point,
did call
if
this shit
yeah,
on
but
himself, to be quite
bro,
honest.
the thing for me is if we mix everything together, we will have all the answers we want depending on what we want to believe. The
I'm not
thing
saying it's
is,
an answer. I'm just saying
if
that the guy calls the criticism upon himself. I'm not saying that
no, but for me, it's a guy who's been telling people, be careful, it's coming. It's coming because of this, and this. We got the bird flu 10
yeah,
years ago. It was almost a pandemic.
yeah.
It was almost there. We had the
Uh,
same, all the countries. I remember in France. I remember I was like, I was scared because like everybody was like, oh my god, let's do this, let's prepare this, let's prepare that, and we had like big stadiums already ready. We had like I think 2 billion doses of or 20 million, I don't remember, 200 million doses of vaccine in France ready for people to get vaccinated at that moment. And for some reason, it was not as contagious, and we could it it didn't happen. But at that moment, he was already saying, yeah, one day there's going to be one of them. And if you are telling people one day is going to be one of them, how and you are preparing for that, then people say, yeah, you were preparing, so you guilty. And it makes no sense to me. Why? Because I've been telling labels for 20 years, ever since I saw the internet and the MP3s. I said to labels, our business is going to be disrupted. I've been saying it since 2000. I was telling labels, hey, one day people will download music and they will not need CDs anymore. They will not need DVDs anymore, because everything, as soon as the internet becomes fast enough and the compression techniques are available to everybody, is going to change the whole landscape of music. And most people were telling me, this guy's nuts. Today, there's no more CDs. It's a relic of the past. Only, yeah, some lunatics go buy vinyls if they want, but it's like what,
but why,
10,000
why,
people,
why
100,000
lunatics?
people.
Why are they
I'm joking.
lunatics?
I'm joking. But you see what I mean? Like some people, some people will want, I want to touch the music. Okay, I understand. But most
Yeah.
people want the convenience of having everything available everywhere. One day there won't be no phones anymore. Everybody will have a little thing in their eyes, and they will have access to the music, the news, the whatever, straight from an completely connected CDs. That's an So today there's no more CDs. Imagine somebody comes to me and tell me, you're the architect of this, and you are benefiting of this because you have 500 songs already recorded. I was like, no, I was getting ready for this. And so when you have all these people, it was not alone. There's been a lot of talks that were telling people, yeah, be careful, this is possible, because it's not the first one. And because the humans
Yeah,
are
but hold on.
the humans don't have they don't remember history.
They don't remember.
This
Yeah,
is
they're
not
very,
the
very,
first.
very poor memory.
There's
That's
been
true.
way worse pandemics than these one. The difference is because of our world and how connected it is, and because everybody, you can go from one side of the earth to the other in a few hours. It's easier to just spread everything, and especially when everything is interconnected. People are doing business. Sometimes people go to New York, Monday they're in Paris, Tuesdays they're in New York, Wednesday they're already back in Paris, and all these things. And it, of course, it was bound to happen. And I believe that because we are on the world of the internet, you had all these governments that were not ready, and you had all these people who are able to give whatever opinions they want on the internet, and they are followed by massive amount of people, and they can put narratives that can make you become. So imagine, let's just, I'm not defending.
No,
I
no,
don't have
no,
no
no.
chips in
And,
this
be-
game,
and
right?
before you go ahead, let's greet all the viewers right now on
Let me finish
LinkedIn,
my
on
sentence.
YouTube,
Oh, the
and
viewers,
on
the viewers, the
Facebook.
viewers.
No, for the
Give me a
viewer, if
give me
you
a
for the
second. I'm
viewers.
done. I'm done. I'm done. Say, imagine if you spent billions of your money in put you in this situation, and you're like, damn, I have to do something for when people are ready. Let me start doing some work, whatever. And then 20 years later, after spending billions, now you have people hating you just because, I don't know, some people started tweeting. Maybe it's the people who are against vaccine who are, yo, man, I would be like, you know what? Fuck you niggas. I go in my bunker, I go down there, and I just stay like the next 20 years. And I'm like, yeah, call me when you need me.
Okay,
Hi,
I
everybody.
mean,
Welcome to Monday Quality Talks.
with Kaysha, a conversation with Papa Kaysha. Coucou, premier le sponsor. Respectez un peu.
Oh, let me order my sushi.
Welcome, Julie Badi. Thank you very much, Queen. Thank you,
Hey!
King Irvin Cabacele. Eunice, once again, boa noite, sejam bem-vindos.
Bem-vinda,
Aqui,
Eunice. Sempre um prazer.
Casambila, yo, yo, yo.
Eunice, eu sei que estás no LinkedIn, mas a minha ideia. Porque esse gajo não está no LinkedIn toda hora. Na minha opinião, devias ir no YouTube e já subscrever nesse canal.
Pode ser bom. Sim,
E aqui podes fazer super chat, sabes, podes fazer muitas
exatamente.
coisas. E
Yeah.
LinkedIn é nice, mas, sabes,
Well,
you.
let's actually just say this. You can actually donate to this show via
Yes.
the super chats on YouTube. Also, you can use PayPal. And if that is still not working, and you are one of those futurists like like us, you may want to donate some
Indeed.
cryptos.
Yee. Your
Don't be
unearned cryptos.
We are prepared for everything.
We
Now,
are
talking about
ready.
what you were saying. So this is the thing, right?
Yeah.
So you were talking about this whole connected city. We're going towards this fully connected cities, the 5G, this and that, and
Yeah.
probably 6G very soon. There's a lot of there's
We're
a
still
lot of
not we're still not ready for 5G, but
well, I mean, they're already talking about 6G and all that. So this is the thing, right? I was watching something that some intervention from some economist, French economist, who was actually talking about the potential issues we may encounter with these newly fully connected cities and everything centralized in a way, where there are indeed impacts that we don't know of yet.
of course.
Just even though yes, we understand that fossil energy is what it is, and it does pollute, undoubtedly so, but there are indeed issues related to all these connectivities because we cannot deny the fact that we are obviously since we are so connected with this all these Wi-Fi, all these fully virtual world that we're entering in, it's going to start messing with people's vibrational space. Like
Yeah.
there's literally people suffering from telephones being next to them, for example. Like it's
Yep.
affecting them the head with like massive headache and stuff like that. It's really real. I mean, I don't know if you've noticed this, but I for example on the weekends I'll have a tendency to just put my phone away for a little bit, and I can see that there is you just feel less. It's just strange. Maybe it's psychological, but I don't think so. Because if you really think about the fact that we are all energy, this can fuck with our energy in a very, very unprecedented way. And it's
I mean,
Doesn't
the
look too
rise of
good.
the smartphone, the rise of the smartphone is what? We had iPhone 13, so I would say 2007 was really when. But before that, we had like the Palm Trios and stuff. So let's say 2005, 2004. We are in. We are stepping into the unknown, and
At a very
more and
fast
more
pace.
at a very fast pace. And what is interesting is that the people want more.
Yeah.
The people
Yeah.
always want the latest phone. They want better cameras. They want faster internet. They don't want to wait anymore. I remember I had so I'm those are back in the days. So I had this girl. Her name was Peggy La Cochon. And when I used to come to her house, every time I used to come to her crib, bro, she had a computer connected to the internet at speeds that were maybe 30 times less than now. And she would download hundreds of movies at the same time on BitTorrent and etc. And and then she would download all these things, series, movies, and then she would burn them on CDs. And me, I was like, but why? Because it's available. And today, we have Netflix. For $10 per month, you can listen to 60 million songs, if not more. You can watch even if you want to watch everything that's on Netflix, everything, you can't, because there's too much. By the time you're done watching everything, in I don't know how many years, there's gonna be twice more content because they are just creating content for the people who are just consuming content all the time. Plus, you have all the content that have been created since the beginning of cinema that's available. And if you're done watching everything on Netflix, then you have Amazon Prime. And if you're done, you have Hulu. And if you're done, you have Disney Plus, Apple TV, Peacock, whatever. And if all this is not enough for you, you can come here on YouTube or LinkedIn and whatever, and you have multiple people doing probably 5 million hours of live stream every day. So content is now an endless pit of
Possibilities.
unlimited data, and it comes all the time, and you can watch everything you want. And this changes people. This also changes the energy of people. It's not just the electromagnetic that is changing people, but it's also the fact that you have access to everything. And listen, somebody called me, my best friend called me today, and she was like, "Oh, did you see on the news?" I say, "Which news of what country?" First of all, and, "Oh, this happened," and I was like, "Oh, I didn't know." "How come you don't know?" I said, "Sis, I don't live in France, and I care less and less about what happens there on the day-to-days. From time to time, what it do, Joel? From time to time, I will have yeah, I will check, like on Sundays, I will check everything that's going on around the world, different news media, etc. But I can choose to watch what I want to watch. And it's creating, instead of the access of information is now so, it's like you have access to everything, all kinds of information, all kinds of disinformation, and noise. Everybody can make noise. So you end up, Miss Kiata, what do you do?
Kiata,
Congratulations again for becoming whatever you became. She She graduated in something. I forgot
Oh
what it is,
yeah.
but she did.
Oh, congrats,
Yeah.
sister. Congrats. But hold on, kid. Before not to cut to your point, but I just want to add a little something here
You
that
like
I
to
think
cut me in the middle of my sentences, and then we
that's
just
what
go
we
to the
do.
next subject.
That's what we do.
That's what
But
we
it's
do.
connected. But check
Yeah.
this out. The issue that most people have is the fact that corporate companies, massive corporate companies,
Yeah.
are taking obviously are more powerful than states, right?
Yeah.
And eventually, this lack of control from the states into or lack of say from the state
Yeah.
into what these companies are doing is the
Yeah.
actual concern that is being raised by most people. And actually, we have to admit that the fact
Who?
that
Who?
who is who?
Most people. Who?
Well, anybody that is, I wouldn't say
You look
okay.
good today, huh? You
No,
look good.
no, no. I look
I
very,
like this
I
style, huh?
look, I
Did you
look
make
very
some
sexy.
money? Did you receive some money or something? Because
No,
you look you look
I'm still doing
peaceful.
fine. No, I'm peaceful, Baba. I'm telling you. Look, I'm on my
Yeah.
own journey,
You look
man. I'm good.
you look like somebody who made some money. I don't. Do you have some shows coming back? Like, yeah.
Thank you, Papa. It's coming, it's coming. We're working. It's not about shows. We're investing
Look at
money
him.
into some cryptos.
Cigars. Yeah, yeah.
Of
You look
course,
like
now
somebody who's
abundance.
you look like somebody who's less stressed.
I cannot be stressed about and over what I cannot control. So let's be cool. Let's enjoy life. So with that being said, hello.
Actually, I
So
received my royalties today, so
oh shit, somebody's happy. Oh,
I'm
Sister
fine.
Kiera says she graduated with her MSW degree to be a clinical social worker. Beautiful, fantastic, sister. Greetings,
Can I send?
greetings.
Can I? I don't know if you hear my sound effect, but
Well done.
yeah.
Very well done. Very well done. Papa Kaysha is more technological than I am. He's actually going through this whole system that he showed me before we started the live. We were doing the setup, and I'm like, damn. Okay, I need to upgrade at some point. But anyway, we good. We good. But yeah. So to the point, I was adding to what you were saying is that as we're going more and more towards this fully corporate controlled system, there are indeed some very massive concerns of
Of course.
ethical approaches to this whole thing, because as you know, corporate companies way of moving is profit. So I mean, what are you going to do? This is the thing, and when you're looking at, as you said, this endless speed of opportunities of staying super distracted or informed or educated or uneducated or whatever the case may be, and also the rise. For example, like look, when they muted Donald Trump, that this guy cannot even access, like he cannot open a Twitter, any of these accounts, right? So it's like, okay, how now? There's people who say much more fucked up shit than he did, and he did say quite a
Yeah.
lot. But the fact of the matter is that now this so-called democracy is it really a democracy? Because if we're talking about democracy, one should be able to express themselves. But then and that's where you have these paradigms of the left and the right, and everybody's like clashing, and there's the rise of the left, and there's the the over dominance
So
of this. It's super crazy,
that's
man,
now
what's going
there's a
on right
lot
now. I know,
of
but it's all
things at the
connected,
same time.
unfortunately.
But
Yeah,
so I would go to the first thing you were talking about, the
corporate
rise of
companies.
the multinationals, uber powerful companies. The people who are concerned are not really the people, us. Those who are concerned are the states. Why? Because they see their power, their influence. Because back in the days, you wanted to control the sentiment in Africa, all you had to do is spread the message on CNN, and everybody would agree. Or you wanted to have control of the sentiment in every French country, you would have RFI, Radio France Internationale, that would be the voice of the father, right? And they are losing this power now to some companies. And what is funny is that we, the users, are giving these like, because People don't trust governments. People actually
Not at
hate
all.
governments. People,
True.
yeah, they're tired of being taxed to different levels in different countries. For people who use their taxes to live good and not clean the street or protect them. So they that's the sentiment of the people against tax. The same people have been giving for the last 15 years every information possible to those companies. People trust Apple more than they trust their governments. So they're going to leave their credit cards there, all their photos, etc. Why? In the name of convenience. People say, I hate Facebook, but they all have an Instagram account. Who owns Instagram? Facebook. Who owns WhatsApp? Facebook. Who owns Oculus? Facebook. Who owns Messenger? Facebook. So, and so all these people are losing they gave all the power to these companies, and now that these companies are uber super powerful and they can decide, oh listen, you're president, I don't care, mute. Now people are realizing, oh shit, they have too much power, oh my god. And yeah, you have now people who, like we always say, the Nisinya, you don't have Facebook but do you have Instagram? Because if you don't have Facebook but you have Instagram, it's the same thing.
It's the same thing, yeah.
And or if you have WhatsApp, it's the same thing. Or if you hear talking on Google and using Gmail, it's the same thing. It's just different mega companies who listen. How many? Yeah, I don't like Facebook anymore. Imagine how much time when you go to the Instagram and you watch an ad about something that you were interested in, and then these ads follow you everywhere. Is because yeah, they are tracking you. They know sometimes you have conversation about something to somebody, and all of a sudden you see a bunch of ads that pertain to that thing. Why?
You know what's
Because
crazy?
they have amazing systems to track your habits. Imagine you've been on
Yeah,
Facebook or on
even your
or
fears.
Instagram or WhatsApp for 15
Even your
years.
fears.
Yeah, they know everything about
Yeah, they
you.
know.
Even when you say, "Oh, I don't want you to track you," just because of the things you post, the things you like. After 15 years, they know who you are. Listen, when I go to my sometimes, and I don't know if it happens to you, every time I go to, I'm looking. Let's say,
I
for
was
example,
about to
that
say
I hear
something.
news about somebody, and I want to talk. I want to see who's that person. So I'm gonna look their Instagram up. I go to Instagram and I go to the search page, and in the search page there's a lot of things that I like. And instead of doing what I came to do, I end up looking at whatever it is. And then I'm like, after 30 minutes, I'm like, hey, I didn't come here for that. What was I looking for? It happens to me
Very true.
every day. Like, and so if you are into blonde girls with blue eyes, when you go to the search to look for something specific, then you're gonna see a bunch of the beautiful, the prettiest blonde girls with blue eyes, and all of a sudden you hear looking at them, and then you forgot what you came for. And that's exactly how AI became so powerful, and those they have technologies, and trust me, when they're gonna put this in glasses, most people will go buy the glasses because that's who we became as societies. People, a lot of people, they don't even see themselves are as French or English or Congolese or Japanese. They see each other as whatever group they are. And the worst part is that I remember 10 years ago, or even before that, back in the days of MySpace, there was this concept, which was the concept of the micro stars. It was like when you had 5,000 followers, you was a micro star, and you had like influence over your 5,000 people. But now imagine that you have people like Cardi B or Nicki Minaj or Joe Budden, whoever, that they have massive followings of millions of 10 millions of people, sometimes more. And when they say, oh, I like pink dresses, everybody go buy pink dresses. And this is creating so much. It's just changing people, and the people who think that the states will regain their power, I don't even know, because now you have cryptocurrencies that make you being able to just be beyond the scope of the power of the dollar. And some people are welcoming this because they want to be like some countries have been. The American has been Americans have been using the dollars to control all these countries. Now with these the rise of the cryptocurrencies and the rise of the fact that you can have a political discourse and be heard by millions upon millions of people without ever leaving your house. So you can be in an undisclosed location. You can put on a mask and they will never find you. Back in the days, it was easy. You were a political opponent. It was kind of simple. Depending on the country you were, you could say something, and in some other countries, you were assassinated. It was easy. Today, listen, you got a bunch of people who believe that the earth is flat.
Yeah.
And how you're going to say, well, have you been in space to contradict them? No, you haven't. Yeah, but if I walk I will go back to where I was. Yeah, did you do it? No. So, and these people, and you have groups of people. They don't need to have a country to group them. I remember how hard it was to have our music go from wherever we were to the other side of the world. Today, you can release a song right now, and in 1 minute, somebody is listening to the song in China. So, in a point, it's amazing, and at the same time, it is scary. But progress will not care for our scare,
Sentiments.
our fears. It will just continue creating new habits and maybe new rules,
Yeah, no,
and
but there's
then
no problem I don't think there's a problem with progress. Not to cut you, bro, but it's more than progress. Actually, I think the progress is not an issue. It's how it is being monitored. I think that's really where the issue is. I think obviously progress is inevitable and it has to be welcomed, but there are just certain things about progress, especially when we talk about these technologies, and obviously they are part of our life, and they're very, very, very useful. For example, I agree with you when you're talking about when you go to search for somebody's name or somebody's profile on Instagram, you have all these suggestions. For example, I have a fear for reptiles. I hate snakes, but I mean, and I could not even see snakes. I mean, I still can't. I'm still not a fan of snakes, but that's all I get. Snakes. I love my sartorial stuff, etc. But snakes, there's a dominance of snakes on my on this thing. So it's like it's feeding off of my.
what the
But then
fuck?
because but I'm looking at it, right? Because I'm like, oh
Ah,
shit,
that's
and then I
thing.
get intrigued, and then I'm like, okay. Then you look and you're like, ah, damn, no, 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 I can't, and then you go back to do what you were doing. But there's one thing that I noticed that is problematic for a lot of people, and specifically if you're looking at the kids, right? The 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 way the youth are consuming content.
Yeah,
In some way, it's amazing, and actually, it can be super, super impressive. How, for example, kids speak. I mean, language is so fast. Like your daughter watching
yeah,
cartoons in Russian, you know,
yeah,
uh,
yeah,
or my nieces and nephews, watching YouTube videos of Play-Doh or whatever in some foreign language, and they actually understand because the
yeah.
words are associated to the movement, and those are things that are very interesting. But then you have the flip side of it, where you have
Yeah.
all these games, these online games. One of my nephews highly addicted to this thing, and he's not even 12 years old. So we've had to, because at first the parents are like, my sister's like, it's cool, it's my brother, like, they play. But then it got to a point where he could not even have an actual proper social life within the house because the game was just taking over. And I think that's obviously that's a responsibility of the parents to make sure that they,
Exactly.
they restrict access. But then there's only so much restriction you can give because, as you know,
Yep.
this is the world we're in, right? So how do you now work
Man,
with?
give me a second.
Yeah,
My
go ahead.
sushi has arrived.
Nice. The question, therefore, that comes, I think, is how do you help sort of like control these things without frustrating their evolution within this you know society that's going towards a future that we clearly have not much idea of what it's going to be like. And I do agree with you, Erica, when you said that progress needs to be defined. All these terms are relative, especially in the polarized societies. Um, yeah, I mean, but what is not polarized nowadays? You feel me? Like everything becomes problematic. Everything becomes super political, super polarized. There's no way you can have a healthy conversation with someone, with anyone at this point, or with very few people that will be healthy, that will actually be um, leaning towards an understanding that, okay, we may not share the same point of views, but we can still hear each other out. And that's where the in my opinion, the necessity to really individually, but also collectively understand that, we have got to seize the opportunity of the fact that we still have a conscious mind at play, right? And a capacity to assess, hopefully, because a lot of people can't even make the difference between what's right from what's wrong. I mean, the fact that you hear about, for example, young kids, I mean, teenagers killing each other, stabbing each other, 14-year-old stabbing a 17-year-old who was just, I think, trying to separate some kids fighting, and then she gets stabbed in the chest, and you're like, and for some reason it's like, yeah, it's video games, it's just whatever. Like, yes, they're playing those games at home, and they're killing virtually. So there's a normalization, but at the same time, I don't know, man. I just think that there's got to be, and adults the same way. Like, there's just the young adults, or just fully grown adults doing some very, 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 very messed up shit. So I think that ultimately it's an individual action, and you trying to possibly see how you can monitor the progress as it impacts your household and the people around you, and trying to do your best to give very high values um, to your loved ones, especially to your kids. But as grown humans, man, I see some shit that adults do, and then I'm like, whoa, it's crazy.
Vem dizer boninha pra tio. Bom dia, titio.
Princess!
Bom dia!
Whee! Ça va, princess?
Aham.
Ouais.
Olha minhas unhas.
Olha isso. Uau. Lindo.
Uau! Ça, c'est magnifique.
Se eu não tenho, eu vou fazer pra um 5.
She came for the sushi. She was
Assim.
like,
Eu
there's
vou
no way
fazer
you're eating
cinco,
sushi
assim.
without me.
Yes,
So Erica is
So
saying
that,
that
you know,
progress in an economy that centers humanity and the environment is different from progress in an economy that centers
eu
the
vou
market.
pra
On the
piscina.
market. Yeah.
Very true.
Ah, não, é o terrestre.
Very true indeed.
Papu.
Bon appetit, bon appetit, bon appetit, bon appetit.
Até com... Não acabar isto? Tem que comer isto. Vou comer.
Quer comer isso, não?
Sim, tem que comer isto.
Mm-hmm.
Depois comer isto. Obrigado.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
Obrigado.
the thing about progress and the choice between the market and humans is that the progress that favor humans, we gave it up. It's us. And
Yeah.
they were smart. They were smart. They were like, oh, connect with all your friends in college. And everybody outside was like, hey, why can't I connect with everybody? Hey, why can't I have Facebook? Why? And then we gave it up slowly. And now we are trying to take it back. And I don't know if we can.
Salut Ivan, ça fait plaisir de te voir. La bise, embrasse bien toute la famille. La relève. You're right, man. You're right. I mean, I think that we are willingly we surrender to this whole thing, man. But I do believe
Today
that,
we-
you know,
Today we wanna. Today we wanna dial it back, right? And at the same time, I'm gonna tell a story. My little sister, she has a daughter that is, I think, 1 year younger than my daughter. So she's 3 or 2.5. I don't remember. And I remember her telling me at that time, sorry for...
Yes.
Estás a fazer muito barulho quando estás a comer. Começa.
c'est bien, il faut qu'elle mange.
So she was telling me she was watching my daughter, and you know, my daughter has an iPad. It's for learning and fun at the same time, and she's not on it 24/7. And we monitor. We see it. It has it turns off automatically if she's been too long on it, and she's not obsessed with it, right?
Don't bomb.
So, so at a point, my sister is like, my daughter
Don't
won't have an iPad.
Either.
She will be out of social media and YouTube and all these things until she's like 15. At my house, it's only gonna be books and no TV. I was like, all right. I mean, yes, I understand your choice, but me, listen, this is how I do with my daughter. I control everything that is in the iPad. I can turn it off from the distance. I make sure that she's not there, like using it for hours and hours and hours. And now, I make sure that it doesn't become something that we put in her hands for her to be just to let us chill, right? And she was like, no, I don't want this society that is controlling our kids, and blah 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 blah. Well, you know, you anyway, you a capitalist, blah blah blah. Oh my god. Okay. Fast forward to 2 years.
Don't bomb.
Sim, é muito bom. Fast
Elle est au
forward.
paradis.
C'est ça. I'm sure her mom is like, bring some. So, fast forward to 2 years later. We all meet together. We all meet in Congo, I think. We go see my parents, and so my daughter is there, and then my sister arrived, and I see her daughter with an iPad, and I'm like, "What happened to books?" And she was like, "No, I can't." It's like when she becomes a nightmare, yeah, the iPad saves us because at least, and we decide what she watches. But, and so I believe that the thing is, how do you and it goes back to what we were saying about the music industry. I remember when the music industry.
Tão bom.
She's eating all the salmon. I remember when the music industry was, we had CDs, you would release an album, and you would have virtually no competition, especially in our smaller countries or smaller markets. You would have what, like 10 people would be your competition.
Pode dar sushi pra mami.
I told you. You see?
Of course.
Sushi pra mami.
Sushi para mami. Ok.
Sim,
Espera,
mami.
vamos fazer uma caixa para mami, ok? Isso. É para papi. My wife is a crook.
Dá-me pra mami.
Espera,
Tá bom?
vou dar para mami. Vamos fazer assim, vai ir comer com mami, ok?
Assim não vou comer
aqui.
assim.
Isso. Isso.
E pra mim?
Isso é para ti, mami, ok?
Isso é pra mami, isso aqui é da
Isso é
Asha.
para papi. Não.
Essa ali.
Não, isso é para papi. Isso é para mami e Asha. Isso é papi. You girls are not gonna fool me again.
Ok.
Deixa a porta. Faz atenção com a caixa, ok, meu amor? I was saying. Where was I? So, it's this thing where times were nice back then. You would release an album, and because you had no competition, and it would cost so much money to release music, you could sell 100,000 CDs in a small market like the Zouk market. I did it. First album, 100,000 CDs, generating $1 million. Why? Because there was no technology, and then the disruption arrived. Disruption arrived with the internet, with the MP3. Internet plus MP3 equals Napster, LimeWire, and all of a sudden, your fans who loved you.
Kaza. Forget Kaza.
And
I used to download so
Kaza.
much music off of Kaza, man. My God.
So all your fans who loved you, but were in Africa, were in parts of the world where. Kijk voor je.
Eu só acho comer.
What's interesting about
So
that? is
give me a second.
Go ahead.
All the people who didn't have access to your music started downloading it, so actually was more fans for you. But at the same time, all the people who could go buy your CDs
Yeah.
could get your music from home. And all of a sudden you went from 100,000 CDs sold to 10,000 or 20,000 or 30,000. And those who had the CDs,
Isso é pra mami?
They would rip it
those
and
who
just
had
put it online. Yeah.
those who had access to your music started buying your music and putting it to the online places because they wanted everybody to know about your music.
Teu água.
So, papi and mommy. So, all this, hey, what up, Ivan?
He's wrong.
So all this started changing the game, and we had to navigate in there. And there's nothing we could do. What I'm trying to say here is the death of the CD was something that was inevitable. And a lot of people were like, no, we always gonna sell CDs because people wanna see the things, people wanna wait. People wanna have a CD, people wanna touch the music, people wanna have this, etc. And none of that saved the CD. At a point, the CD died because of the convenience of being able to listen to music anywhere from your phone. And then it just kept going. And look, today, the show that we are doing right now, this conversation that we are having, it would have cost millions of. Não
Não
quer?
tem mais.
Ok, vá no quarto então.
Não.
Ah, queres mais? Não tem mais, já comeste tudo. and then the
Stop, Papi.
fecha a porta, meu amor. So at a point, we arrive in a point today where if you tell your fans, hey, listen, I know you have I know you have, I know you love me, but you know what? For me to make ends meet, I need you to give me $10 a month to support everything I'm doing, and because you are my super fan, and because yeah, I mean, I cannot live from streams, right? And your fans gonna be, yeah, sure. I'm gonna give $10 to Spotify so I can listen to the whole wild world. And then I'm gonna give $10 a month to BTS because they are my life. Or I'm gonna give to Boddhi Satva because he's the sexiest man alive, right? Or Kaysha because
Of course.
and then another artist will come and say, me too, please. And then me too. Oh, what about me? I need you to be a member of my YouTube channel. What about me? And then people arrive that they have to pay for $10 for Netflix, $10 for Amazon, $10 for Spotify, $10 for Boddhi Satva, 10 for Kaysha, 10 for the other 5 artists they want, and that's 100. And then you have a lot of other artists that are like, please help me as well. And people will be like, well, listen, I like 1,000 artists, but I don't have 10,000 for you guys. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna stream your music on Spotify, all of you, and it's gonna cost me 10, and yeah, you're gonna share whatever you make from the streams, and because it's more convenient for me, the consumer. And we are here in a world where we can have all the conversations we want about the intrication of what's going on, but it's gonna go on because convenience is the drug here. Convenience is the thing. If I can have access to everything in the world in music for 10 a month, I'm not. Yeah, if I have really those 2 to 5 artists that I really like, yeah, I can give them another 5 per month, or I can give them a super chat from time to time when I'm on their YouTube channel. But I cannot do it for everybody because I don't have enough money. And back in the days, and now the question that you have to ask yourself is, back in the days, somebody had a monthly budget of $100, and they could buy 5 CDs with that, maybe 7. Or if they promotion, let's say they could buy, let's simplify, you could buy 10 at $10 each. You could buy 10 CDs, and you had the choice between, I don't know, 20,000 CDs in the stores. So you would be like, okay, I'm gonna take this Bob Marley compilation, this Kaysha album, this Boddhi Satva, Asley Brothers, oh my God, Donna Summer, Public Enemy, Beastie Boys, and once you have,
I remember this era. I remember this.
I remember
days,
that, and
when we used to go
and
to
at that
Virgin
time,
Megastore in Paris, my father would buy like stacks of CDs, and we would like the
Listen,
CDs
my
would actually
mother
fill up
had-
a whole freaking bag.
my mother had a 8,000 vinyl collection, and at that time there was this value, right? But and I'm gonna reply to what you're saying, Erica. At that time, I don't believe that people don't value artists anymore. It's just that people value convenience more than they value artists. And if to listen to everything you're listening today, it will cost you so much money. And at that time, hey, listen, you had the choice between 20,000 people. You only had 100. You would choose 10, and then you out. And then you go listen to your 10, and next month you come with the 10. So it was kind of interesting for us artists because, yeah, listen, if you were in the if you were somebody who was really a fan of music, and you would buy those type of things, and you would have a bunch of CDs in there. Every month you would spend 100, 200, 500 on music. But then came convenience. First was iTunes stores. Now you can buy the song you like. And all of a sudden, people had no reason to buy one album when you only like two songs. People start nitpicking.
Yeah, but
And albums, and for us who would do albums that were experiences, where you had the intro, you would place the track in a certain way. Some tracks would reply to a track in track 10 would reply to track 1. Sometimes you would do a whole story in your thing. People were like, I like Fiona, One Love, I'm out. And then now with your €100, instead of buying 10 CDs, you could buy 100 songs. So now you could nitpick between the 10 artists, the 100 artists you like, and give each one. And then everybody else was still fucked. And today, convenience made that mountain of inspiration.
bless.
Convenience made today that you have your phone here, and in your phone you have access for $10. You have access to everything, and we can see it away because I'm 47. I've been in the days. I lived in the days where I used to go out of my house, take a shower, put some clothes on, go out of my house, take the subway, arrive to Trocadero, change to Franklin D. Roosevelt, come out, go to the Virgin Megastore, stay there, listen to music, etc., and then, oh my God, I have the new Bobby Brown album. Oh, Bobby Brown is there to do a autograph session. I would wait 2 more hours just to have an autograph. I would wait to have an autograph. Actually, that's how I met my first girlfriend. We met each other on the line of waiting for the Bobby Brown autograph. So then you had your autograph, and now your object is sacred.
Did you give him your butt cheek to autograph it, or what did you do?
Now on the CD, but I autographed her butt cheek. So
Oh my God, that was so expected. Damn it.
so you hear, and
Did you know
back
who
in
you were,
those
though?
days,
In those days, did she know who you was?
no, I was just a little rapper trying to make it happen. It was 92. So now imagine that you hear, right? And all this experience, those of us who are more than 35, they know this experience.
Right there.
My little brother, the latest in my brothers, is 30. He's never bought a CD in his life. That's why you like me, Kieta. Imagine that my little brother, who's 30, he has never experienced the buying of a CD, because when he was 15, Virgin Megastore was closing, or 12 or whatever. When he was adult enough to buy his own stuff, iTunes was already there. And now we have to look at this generation. My daughter is 3 years old. She seems like her problems in life are the batteries of her iPad becoming, when it's red, she's like, "Why it's red, Daddy?" Look. That's what she does. "Daddy, it's red." "It's red, please. The iPad is red." This is her problem in life. My iPad not missing battery. Why? Because the iPad is the entrance of my world. And in my iPad, I can study, I can watch the videos of whatever I want, and I can choose. If I tell my daughter, no, we're going to watch regular TV with programs that you don't choose, she's going to be like, why would we do that? Because they don't know that. We talk as people as who live that. We are from a generation. We are from like 2 generations ago. The generation of today is generation Spotify, generation YouTube, generation Netflix. They watch something. You remember that series called Dynasty or Dallas.
Yeah.
It
I still
was
not
on
like it much, but
Saturday.
yeah.
It was Saturdays at 8 p.m. Oh, 8:30 after the news. They would play the news. When the news was over, the whole family was there to know what Patrick Ewing would do in Suffolk and Pamela and whatever. And the whole family was there, or for Bill Cosby, or for whatever the show of your time, Friends, etc. Today, in my house, there's one kitchen, bedroom. That's 4 TVs on the walls, plus everybody has a phone, so that's 4 phones. And I have one iPad. My daughter has an iPad. There's an iPad in the bathroom, and there's a computer screen, and every screen is watching what the person in front of the screen wants to watch. So we can and you have a
Explain here.
choice.
Yeah.
It's playing, yeah. And you can play. You can watch Boddhi Satva, Monday Quality Talk, Quarantine Groove, Club Shada. You can watch TV. You can when there's a new series, you can watch from my wife does things like my wife doesn't like watching series with me because I like to watch one episode a week. I like to start like, Monday I'm gonna watch this, then I'm gonna watch that, and then hey, I have to watch some stuff on YouTube, etc. And she's like, if she discovers a show that has 80 episodes, her life will resume when she's done watching the 80 episodes, and she's gonna watch like 6 or 7 episodes per day. She's just gonna stop to pee, poop, and eat. That's it. The rest, she's just like. And if she moves from the bedroom, she goes to the kitchen to eat. The show is moving with her, and then she's like, "Hey, I wanna. Hey, can you go? Are you gonna go run? Yeah, I'm gonna go run. Okay." Then she moved to the living room, and she continues watching her stuff because those things are following her, and those things have AI. They show her exactly what she wants to watch, and this is a generation that is. And so because I have a 20-year gap between me and my wife, I can even see how we don't even consume things the same way. But then when I see my daughter, who I have 44 years difference, it has nothing to do the way, because the things that I know, the things I remember never existed in her life. She will never buy music in her life because she's inside of the family plan of Netflix, Disney, whatever. She will never buy music because there will be Spotify, and maybe at that time everybody will have chip in their head with or in their glasses or in their eyes because of technology, where you would watch whatever you want to watch directly in your thing. Look, one of those, the vinyl buyers. So, and so the thing is, what I learned with in these 30 years of being active I've been on the internet since 95. I own Kaysha.com since 96. I own my email, love@kaysha.com, since 96. And I've seen the birth of Twitter, the birth of MySpace, the birth of MSN, the birth of all these different technologies. And what I've been interested and more focused on is how do I use them to have my message come across the people who I am interested in. Because my frustration back in the days was like, how come my music is not arriving in Africa? How come my music doesn't arrive in the US? And there was those things with the imports, whatever, we need to have a distributor who will take your music. We need to have people who buy 200 CDs or 2,000 CDs. If they don't buy it, then we cannot distribute there. Yeah, but I have fans there. Yeah, but I was like, so what am a fan going to do? They pirate the music. So to me, I use the technology to my advantage. With this technology, we are able to do a show like this, and we can stay the whole night if we want, talking about all these, whatever subject we want. We can go from one subject to another, and it costs us nothing, only electricity and the cameras we bought, etc. And you're gonna have to see it the way you want. And of course, there's gonna have to be There's gonna have to be some regulation as we go, but I believe that ultimately the nations will have less and less and less power, and the corporations will become more powerful than the nations, not because of them, but because of us and our choice. We always will choose convenience. That's what we do. That's what humans do. Back in the days, oh my God, Uber, that's for my wife probably. Let me go
But
open the door while you are.
yeah,
You are thinking about everything I said.
no, there's no need to be thinking about everything you said because it's the era we've been through. But I think that ultimately the experience, for example, of buying a vinyl is something that literally marked my life. I mean, in a way that I didn't expect um, at all. I bought my first vinyl when I moved to Belgium in 2000, and was it 2000? No, 2001. No, 2000. Hold on. 2002. 2002 is when I bought my first vinyl, and I was like, what the hell is this? You know, putting the needle on it, and it's just the experience of holding this piece of art in your hands, right? And the sound. And at the time, I didn't quite understand, you know, the difference because it was new to me, but I could see what it meant as far as holding this piece of art. And in a way, it feels like for those of us who can be somehow nostalgic of this era, it might feel as though convenience, the fact that it has been, you know, trivialized, you know, by this whole convenient world we entered. Um, Feels like we've lost something, but I think that ultimately, like anything in life, when there's too much of something, we cannot hear you, Papake. Your mic your mic is off.
I was talking to my wife.
Okay, but the thing is that when you have too much of something, eventually there's going to be a group of people that want to go back, or that want to, you know, feel that emotion again, and that's why vinyl is still selling very 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 well. I mean, I you know, my business partner Peter Darkwa from BBE, you know, he just released about 2 months ago the Jay Dilla, some anniversary of Jay Dilla's passing or something like that, the album that he released on BBE, and they released a box of some exclusives, and it sold like bread. So I ultimately think that, you know, personally, the conveniency of accessing music and films, etc., the way we have it now is amazing, and it's something that I welcome. But I do understand that, you know, there is a necessity to help this generation that we are bringing, you know, into this world to also be able to have a grasp of what that meant. It might not mean much for them, but it is important. It's like it's like understanding your culture. It's like, you know, when you, for example, you go as an African, you go back to the village, and you know, you go and visit your land. That emotion, that moment where you see this land before your eyes, um, is something that is priceless, and you ain't gonna get that on no, you know, freaking iPads or iPhones or computers. That experience of being there and, you know, sitting with the elders, and, you know, being initiated into some conversations that, you know, tap into your history, tap into your, you know, the root of it all, really brings forth, I think, a sense of um, um, rootedness that really helps you, anchoredness, yes, that helps you really bring forth some sort of harmony and balance, because that's what it is. I think we have too much the and again, I'm welcoming the technology. I just think that it needs to be balanced with with these moments, where it's just like, hey, how about you check this out? Oh, what is it? Ah, it's a CD. What is a CD? Like, it's funny enough. I was thinking the other day. I need to look it up if I can find. Remember, Kaysha, these cameras, the old cameras with the mini cassettes that they would the next generation after those big cassettes, the mini cassettes. I need to find a player because I have videos. Like, I have all these cassettes
I have a
here.
bunch of them.
Look,
I
I
have
need a player for
DV.
this.
I have a bunch
Mini
of DV tapes.
exactly, DV tapes.
So I found a company. I found a company in Portugal. You send them all your tapes, and in exchange they send you a bunch of CD-ROMs or just a Dropbox with everything digitized for you. And I'm looking for this because I have a lot of footage that I don't have nothing to read them on. I don't even have a CD player in my house, or let alone a DVD player. This doesn't exist because everything is streamed. But let me answer to what you're saying. And that's interesting when Erica says not all humans choose convenience. Of course, the problem is not all humans. The problem is most humans, when 96 or 99% choose the convenience, yeah, if there's 1 million people buying vinyls, for the rest of the world, it doesn't change nothing. And you just said something interesting about the village, the roots, looking at those things or touching a CD. I still have all the CDs I've produced. They're here. Everything that I produced, I hold them because they hold a place to my heart. But they hold a place in my heart, Boddhi, because I'm 47 and you are 38. Those who are 20, they don't understand all these conversations, and they are the future.
Do you
And
think
you will
so?
not make them. You will
I
not
would-
make them love vinyls or CDs unless it's
I'll beg to
a relic
disagree.
from the past. Look
I
how.
beg to I beg to disagree.
You beg to
here
differ.
because I beg to differ and disagree fundamentally with what you're saying, because this is where the problem of your lecture it lies in this, because you are in a paradigm of perception that is based on how, obviously, the majority of your environment doesn't necessarily need a vinyl format to put forward
Does yours?
the type of it does. Why? Because
How
if you're
many
looking
people?
at house music, if you're looking at house music, if you're looking at disco, if you're looking at
Mm-hmm.
electro, techno, etc., there's I think it's a consensus even. I would even go as far as saying that within the industry to maintain the format alive, just because. And there is indeed a
understand.
generation of consumers. They might be hipsters, whatever, but they are still consuming heavily. So I really believe that, yes, you're right. It is a niche market. It is definitely going to become caviar, which
But that's just what I'm
ultimately-
saying. So we agree. I'm not saying it disappears. I'm saying
Yeah.
when 99.999% people enjoy the convenience
what
of
you
10
said-
euros per month.
I understand that, but what you were saying is that they don't care. And that's why I was saying I don't think.
No, I'm
that
talking about that
they don't-
generation. I'm talking about my daughter. My daughter is 3 years old. The
but
things you are
that
saying,
all
you are.
depends. That all depends.
Of course it will. But what I mean is that my daughter is 3 years old today. The things that matter to me. I was born in Africa. Just to give simple examples, I was born in Africa. I was born in Congo, in Kinshasa. For 10 years, my whole family was in exile. After 10 years, after the war and everything, I go back for the first time in Kinshasa to perform. When I got out of the plane, the first thing I did was kiss the ground of the motherland because it meant something to me and because my memories, 7 years of my memories and or maybe 15 years of my memories are there. And it meant something to me to be in Africa. My daughter, who's 3 years old, was born in Portugal. My son, who's 18, was born in Belgium. For them, it's a different experience. And then
Yeah.
their kids, who knows? You see what I mean? And what I mean is that because we have a sentimental attachment to the object, this, I keep them. I cannot read them, Body. I have a bunch of them. But wait.
Okay.
Because we have these sentimental attachment to these objects, of course we're gonna see them a certain way. And all these generation of people of the house music market, etc., and those people who they are influencing, and even the younger ones after them, they have these sentimental attachment, or they receive that sentiment attachment from the people who gave it to them, and we have to keep vinyl,
Culture.
etc. And
Culture.
yeah, the culture. But those who are 5 years old today might not have the attachment because the distance will be, look, we are the last generation that is, we are the generation of the, how do you call this, the paradigm shift. We are that
Yeah, we are.
generation.
We are
We've
that
seen,
generation,
Buddy, your first album came out on CD. My first album came out on CD. My first album came out on vinyl. My first house music single under Jana Marie, it came out as a 33-inch. I used to buy them. I used to have vinyl Technique players. I used to learn to scratch with DJ Cut Killer in his house, all these things. So this is my culture. This is my generation. But it's not that I'm resigned. I'm just a realist, and I can just see the difference between how we used to listen to music and how we used to have an attachment to objects, and how those who are 3 years old today might not listen. You know, when I was 20, I don't know if you had that dream as well. I've seen my dad driving Mercedes cars all my life. He always had those, back in the days, those nice Mercedes with those, the decapotables. My dad had Mercedes ever since I was born, right? And when I was 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, I had a dream. One day, my dad will come from the airport and I will come pick him up with my Mercedes. It's gonna be mine. I will have maybe a C, maybe a E, a D. Maybe I will have like a 500, and I'll just come and I'll say, "Hey, Dad, come in. Let me drop you to your hotel, or let me drop you whatever." That was my dream from when since I was a kid, because I wanted to show my dad, hey, making it was part of having a Mercedes, was part of making it for me, because that's what my father, that's, I was impressed by my father driving his Mercedes. And today, I have enough money to buy my Mercedes. Every year, I can buy 2 or 3 of them. And I could not care less because I drive Ubers. And it's just times, like, I don't drive them. I just call them and they come. And if me, I'm a little futuristic in my head, but if me who had those dreams, I think like that, imagine my daughter who's 3 years old, maybe she will just had a subscription to Uber for $300 a month for unlimited rides, and that will be enough for her, and she will not feel that need that we had to those objects, because everything will be decentralized and everything will be, connected, and you will just enter your Uber, and it will be whatever car that you want. And then once you get inside, your playlist will be there, the shows you like will be there, because everything will be connected to whatever. And we can see it as something that is it's a pity or not. It might be the direction we are going, and us, we can feel what we feel, and you can feel what you feel, and I feel it too. Don't think that I disagree with you. I feel it as well. I'm just a realist.
No, but
I
you
I
can be a realist.
loved
That's
the
the
I
thing.
loved
I am as
vinyls.
well. But
I you know, I used
the
to
question
I
that you're
used to
raising
go
here,
with I used to go with vinyls when Cut Killer and them were going to parties. Sometimes I would help them with the Fanta cases with all the vinyls inside, and I love that area at that era, because back then DJs have had to choose what they would bring to the party. They would choose what they would bring to the party, so they would be careful with the
I
music
experienced
that they
that
will
firsthand.
bring.
I remember
You know, and
when they
today,
launched the CD bags where you can have up to 100 CDs with you. It was amazing.
yeah, but me,
The
I
slapper
remember
bags.
those beer cases where you would put the CDs,
Oh
and
yeah,
you
man.
could only bring, let's say, I don't know, 200 CDs or 300 CDs with you,
And
because
how many DJs have you not heard of them losing their vinyls from guys breaking into their cars and snatching their shit?
exactly.
It was
And
crazy.
imagine in the world of today, you go to a party and you have those DJs. They have all the songs in the world. They have like 100,000 songs in their drive, in their hard drive. So they think they have to play everything, and like, yeah, they play 1 minute chord, next song, next song, next song, and they like, you have like a 1 hour set, and you are trying to play everything you can. Those are the
Yeah, but
DJs of today, and I hate that. But those are the things of today, because convenience. And now it's even worse. You can have those apps. Your DJ app can be connected to your SoundCloud or your Spotify, and then you can play anything. And if you can play anything, you don't do the selection anymore. You try to play everything, and I like a DJ that's gonna let me enjoy the music and let the music go till the that drop. I like to listen to the song for at least 3 minutes. But for some DJs, they're like, hey, wait, if I play 3 minutes, I can only play 20 songs. I need to play 100 songs, and that's what they do now, and it's horrible. But yeah, that's a side effect of
yeah, but
technology in the world of today.
that's not related to the technology. I think that was already, and that was it's a result. If to my understanding, some DJs of our generations have done that. They have been like, especially the hip hop DJs, cutting tracks, this and that. Or,
Yeah,
for
yeah, yeah.
example, I hate the way dancehall DJs spin, man. Oh my god, they're just like pull up. It's like, bro, what the fuck, man? Let the song play, please. That's my chew. Like, you can never get to a song, and even the for example, the artists when they perform live, pull up, and it's like, bro. And so that whole thing became a trend, and so the, we created these monsters. We actually created what's happening, but and we agree on the
That's what I've been
observation
saying.
that you're saying that you're saying. But the point is not beyond observing the problem or well, not even the problem, the state of the culture. That doesn't mean that we as those who have experience, as you said, we are in the middle of this
We are
paradigm
actors.
change. We are actors. We are able to still induce a little bit of that counterbalance and be like, hey,
A
I
hundred
remember,
percent.
I remember there was these friends of mine, female DJs. They, very very talented girls, very good selection, but very very bad mixing skills. Very bad. They would not know how to like play one track blending with the other, and they'll be like, "Ah, that's some purist shit. We just play." And I'm like, "Nah, man, you've got to understand. It's not about being a purist. It's about understanding that if the way you play one track into the other, right, you're bringing it together, uh, you have got to really blend them in, because you've got to be able to give the people a great time, And it consists of you making sure that the way you present the music to them is something that's pleasurable, not only because the music is nice, but also because of the way the music comes, blends into one another, right? And no. Then I was like, okay, look, you guys, but you'll see that this will affect your bookings in some way, shape, or form. And it's very funny when when especially, and that's very generational right now. They'll come to you for advices, and well, any comments is any constructive criticism, and it's like when you tell them, look, the way you're doing it, it's cool, but that's not how you do it. No, that's just the way I need to do it, and this and that's what it is. And it's like, so why do you come to ask for advices then? Because this is where we at right now. It's like there's also a denial for
And entitlement.
information, an entitlement, and a denial for actual knowledge to really be, given space for. Where it's like, okay, I understand the whole concept of y'all trying to shape whatever you want to shape. That's great, but ultimately you have got to understand that if you really want to make an impact, not only you gotta look good, which you already do, that's a granted thing, but then you gotta work on all this extra stuff. And it's like, it's too much work.
The craft.
But then eventually, yes, exactly, the craft. But then eventually, a couple of years down the line, oh, you're starting to see some crazy moves now. It's like, oh, okay, they're starting to play now. They're starting to really work because they saw the reaction of people when they were actually trend breaking records, and it's like it's not a good feeling at all. And it's like, and, oh, yeah, you see, and it's like you ain't gonna because there's no reason saying anything because like anyway, you learn now, but it's very interesting. Emmanuel Chen, thank you very much for the donation. I appreciate you. Bless, 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 bless.
Emmanuel Etienne ne fait des dons que chez Body. Quand c'est chez moi, rien.
Désolé, désolé,
Vraiment,
désolé,
c'est-à-dire
désolé.
que
Mais vous êtes un gars quand même. Je crois que la dernière fois, Emmanuel Etienne a fait quand même une vraie donation très, très, très terrible de 100 balles.
non, j'ai fait les comptes. Elle donne plus chez toi que chez moi. Donc, je crois que son amour a shifté. Allez, maintenant, c'est une bodhiste.
As someone who grew up in the diaspora, I returned to my ancestry. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, go ahead.
So what she's saying is very interesting. This is something that is personal. And some people will go her way, which is back to the roots to understand the future. But some others will go other ways. And some others will be fifth, sixth generation in Sweden. And all this will not matter to them. And this is the plurality of the world. And my problem with most people in this world and in the internet today is that because they have made their introspection and then went back to what they needed to go back to, they believe that everybody has to or everybody will, and that nothing is more further than the truth from that. Some Americans are Americans for them. They Africa, but yeah, I'm American. And some others, hey, going back to Africa is my goal. And some of them are returning to Ghana, to Liberia, etc. And some others, they're in the middle. And as many people there are, as many different choices and routes there will be. And technology permits that. The question is technology using you, or are you using technology? Are you going on YouTube to watch a conversation between two highly intelligent, handsome men? Or are you going to watch some
High value man.
some not valuable content, but highly entertaining of whoever has fucked with whoever and he's pissed or whatever? Like, it's up to you to decide how you use and how you shape the way the algorithms give you the information. That's how you take control. If you really want to go full Nubian, full Kemet, full etc., you can. You like it's up to you to decide, but at the same time you have to understand most of the people who are here, from their comment I can see that they have a level of intelligence.
Yeah.
Don't mistake yourself with the rest of the world who's here. Don't mistake you. Don't fool yourself thinking that because you have this intelligence, you've done your research, you understand the thing, that the rest of the world will think like you.
That's true.
Because most of the people, look, there's been a pandemic. How many DJs other than Boddhi Satva, Jojo Flores, or artists like me are doing monthly, weekly, daily shows on the platforms? It's like what?
There's
A
there's
percent
somebody.
of us. Everybody else is just whining. Oh, when are the shows coming back? Oh, what am I gonna do? Ah.
Oh man, I'm already. Yo, I'm getting there. Like, you gotta see in the states. Like, everybody's moving to the states that are open now.
You
Like,
see what?
Nevada is open. Like Las Vegas. Like, they're gonna, no more
Exactly.
social
So
distancing. So everybody's like,
so the world is gonna move. The world is gonna move how the world is gonna move.
true.
Our power is gonna be our power. Our power is gonna be how we can influence the platforms to showing us what we want, but we can only influence us. If you are here and you are telling the platform, I only want to see intelligent content, and next to you there's 999 dumb people who are just interested in seeing dumb stuff, you're not going to change the platform. You're just going to change the platform for you. And then
Which
you
is a
will
good
find
thing.
people which is a good thing for you, but it's not going to change
Yeah.
the platform in general, and it's not going to change the choices of the platform. I
But
had this
should but,
conversation
but
with
should it be that? Should it even be that though? I don't think it should change the whole content of the platform. I think the fact that there is a variety of choices is what is actually great,
but
because
the
not
but the problem
everybody's.
of most people is that they want the thing that
Yeah,
they deem
they
intelligent to be what's in the
to be,
platform. They
yeah,
think they
which is the
have that
problem.
power, and they don't.
They don't.
Look,
Yeah,
I was having this conversation with this girl, a Naturi, amazing creator. She brought a ton of people to my show on YouTube, and we had that conversation about black
by the way, you guys spoke
girls.
for what, 14 hours?
18. That was the
14
longest
days.
life of my life. I think I had bumps in my legs after that from sitting all this time. I think I peed for an hour after that. Anyway, I can you and we were having this conversation about black women on YouTube. Why are black women underappreciated by the people on YouTube? And on the comments, and then she was saying something that is very true. On the comments, you have all the people complaining, but on the comments of the black women on YouTube, all these people are not there supporting, commenting, donating, putting a like, showing the algorithm this is what we want to see. And this
Yeah,
is the
that's true.
problem. We are in those generations of people. They love hashtags. They love to complain. They love to complain about everything. But when it comes to actually doing something, they're not there. When it comes to, they say, oh, the music has to be there. I love the music when it's people really to take the time to research and not just use loops and etc. Then when you do your research, you take the time to craft beautiful art. Those people are not there. They are just here to complain.
At all.
This is generation outrage, generation hashtag,
This
ism,
reminds me.
phobe,
Remember
etc.
when they were like? I remember when they were asking, "Oh, when are you guys gonna do a party again? When are you guys gonna do a party again?" All right, cool, let's do a party. And that was back, obviously before COVID. So you would be like, I remember that was Brussels, fucking Brussels, man. the city. I don't think that city will. Anyway, it's another story. Brussels, Belgium. You know, this and that and that. But yeah. Come on, man. This is the parties we want to be attending. That's the kind of vibe we want, etc. It's like, all right, cool. So we go and put up an event again, and there's like 10 people coming in, and you're like, the very people who are actually saying we need more of this, you're bringing them more of that.
They
Oh,
don't
but
come.
you know, I was invited to Louis Gallery, or I was
There
invited
you
to
go.
this other club, and you're like,
There you go.
it's okay, bro. You know, it is what it is. And then you start doing events because you're like, I'm fucking tired of your ass, man. Y'all are fucking like wasting people's money, time, and it's like, and just as you said, you know, it's like it, the- people are gonna be, you know, they're gonna be doing what people do, especially, you know, when they have the
And
embarras du
you know
choix,
what?
when they have so much choice, you know.
And that's the thing. We are in a world of noise. We are in a world of noise, and like Philippe the Haitian said, technology can never replace human creativity, taste, and class. That's true. But
But you can emulate it.
when your quality music is released, you have 59.59999 other songs. So there's 60,000 songs that come out every day. When you do your quality music, there's 60,000 other songs that come out the same day. So in 10 days, there's 600,000 songs. So the quality music is now a drop in the ocean of everything else. And nobody can say, oh, my music is quality and your music is shit. Because beauty is an eye of the beholder and all tastes are different, right? But the problem lies in the same place all the time. The final person with the choice is the consumer. If the consumer doesn't come, what you gonna do? Olga, who I don't know if she's still there, but she was there in the beginning of this thing, of this conversation. Olga organized Kizomba festivals in Spain. She's Ukrainian. She came from Ukraine in Spain, then she discovered Kizomba, and then she became one of the most successful organizers of Kizomba events. So to create a beautiful event, like a nice event, it would cost her $50,000 to organize a good event, put some nice dancers, have some nice teachers in a nice hotel, have buses that come pick people up from the airport. All these organization hire 30, 40 people to create the
Stuff.
event. And in the beginning, the first 4, 5, 6, 7 years, every year she did one festival and she made so much money because, yeah, she would attract so much people who would come and invest 100 or 200 to come dance for 3 days. And people invested in the quality of it. And it was amazing. And then Kizomba became super popular. Kizomba, Kompa, Zouk, all these became super popular all around the world. And Kizomba festivals became something that everybody wanted to do. So in the beginning, there was like 10 to 15 good festivals all around the year. So if you were an aficionado, you could go every month in one festival. Fast forward to 5 years later, you had one festival every day. And you had the quality ones, like hers, and you had the shitty ones that were organized with 5,000. One hangar, a DJ set, some speakers here and there, and that's it. And some shitty classes, whatever. And she
And a
said to
lot of
herself,
and a lot of fuckery going on.
and a lot of fuckery going on. And she said to herself, I'm gonna double down on the quality. I'm gonna make an event that will be so qualitative that all the people will not go to the shitty festivals because she went from being the only festival in Madrid to having 30 festivals in Madrid, 20 or 30 in Lisbon, Ukraine, everywhere in the world, right? So she was like, oh, people will come to my festival because instead of spending 50,000 on the festival, I'm going to spend 70. I'm going to bring a band from Angola. I'm going to pay all the plane tickets. And I'm going to do this big show. And it's going to be, and we're going to double down on the quality. And people will come.
Yeah.
And what happened? That's the first time she lost money.
Yeah.
Because everybody went to the shitty festival that cost 30 instead of paying her 150 for the quality. Consumers are not your friends. As artists, we believe. I believed it too. I'm one of the first artists who did an album with 3 CDs inside. And everybody was like, oh, you shouldn't do digipack, use crystal, cost less money. I was like, nah, quality for my fans. And failure. Why?
Straight up.
Too expensive. It's too expensive. What you mean it's too expensive? It's like 20. Yeah, but those one are 13. And that's when you start hurting yourself to being the owner and the person who invest. That you realize the market is not all your beautiful phrases. Oh, technology can never. All this is beautiful phrases. The market doesn't care because the market is consumers.
It's true.
And consumers are not like, if you have, like I always say, if you have 1,000 super fans who really love your craft, and as a DJ, they will follow you anywhere you go you want. You can be if you make events that are beautiful and they cost 50 to get in and it's exclusive, but you have your number of people who come in.
Yeah, kind of like
win.
what Ryan Leslie does, was this super
Yeah,
fans.
if you have those people, it's amazing. But the reality of most people is that you're gonna do a great event, and somebody on purpose will do a cheap event next door,
Yeah.
and the people will go to the cheap
But
one
as you were
because that's
saying,
how
just
people
like
are.
just like in the mall where you go to, you have freaking one burger store next to the one veggie.
The quality
It's
one,
like, yeah,
exactly.
and the super mass oriented, and that's where people go to.
because it's the brand. And
Yeah.
the moment you realize that it's not about the nice phrases, and I'm not saying this as of disrespect, Philippe the Haitian. I also believe and I agree with what you say, but the reality doesn't agree with us. The
Exactement. It
reality
doesn't.
is you can do all the quality stuff you want. If you don't have the brand and enough people who follow you, all this is useless. And the listen, I've been doing quality music, I hope, in my opinion, and for years. And yeah, I remember when I did an amazing album. I went to New York to do it. I had like everybody in it, and I thought I would sell 100,000, and I sold 5,000. Why? Because I didn't sample the latest Zouk song or whatever. And that's when I realized, damn, it's not just about the quality of the music. It's about the brand. It's about the promotion. It's about the giving people what they want as well, and not thinking that, and it's like exploring the market and being in the market, you realize that even if you are the best DJ ever, and you mix really in a way, you mix by hand, you only use vinyls, you don't use whatever, etc. If one guy arrives with tractor auto sync and he plays the nice tunes that everybody like, and everybody's like, oh yo, you lose. And you can complain how much you want, he uses the technology better than you. That's the world of today. And Once you understand that,
That's true.
you start learning how to do quality work, but understanding the marketplace.
At an
Most
affordable
people,
rate.
most artists, most artists don't want to understand the marketplace.
No, they
I
don't. They want a marketplace to
being
understand them. It doesn't work.
being a business owner and a label owner in 2003, I learned a lot of things about not only us artists, because I was an artist as well and I was doing my own music, but at the same time I was investing in other artists. And all of a sudden I was like, hey, listen, your album is gonna cost me 10,000 to create. I need to sell at least 1,000 CDs to make money. So I need this, and this, so I can sell at least those 10,000. And at the same time, I'm with you. I'm an artist as well. And you had to start having these schizophrenic moments when, at the same time, you want to give liberty to the artist, but at the same time, you have to make your money. And the artist doesn't care. I want this, I want that, I want that. And you see yourself a few years earlier talking to your the label owners back when you were signed, and you're like, oh, I get it now. And now you call your ex boss, or your ex, the owner of your ex label, and you're like, I get it. Fuck. And they're like, welcome, son. And so it's really this thing where you really have to be able to navigate from both sides to understand. And it's something I always tell people. If you are the consumer, don't complain about the bad state of the quality of music. Go and invest in the quality of that music. What? So if there's only one Boddhi Satva, you have to make sure that if you want this sensational Boddhi Satva to keep existing in the marketplace, you have to go and invest in him. You have to go, and
True.
when you are listening to his music, you don't download it to listen to it later. You listen to it in the platforms. And even better, you listen to it on the platforms on Spotify, so you can make money every time you listen. But when the album comes out, you go buy it on iTunes. Even if you will not listen to it, you just go buy it to show your support. Or you come to this channel and you leave a super chat, so that the real artist can keep existing. Because this is the world of today. And most
true.
the fans, yeah, they love putting the beautiful comments, but where's the money? Because how we survive, like I know so many artists that were talented. Yeah, they just got a job or they did something else because it was not, the sacrifice was not worth it. Or it's worth it when you're in your 20s, when you have kids and your kids have to eat and go to school and you have to pay for all this. You need a money that's steady. And ultimately, the fans decide. The fans decide. And the fans decide with their pockets. Yeah. Yep.
That's a fact. And it's
Exactly.
very interesting that
Fact.
a lot of artists. It's funny because I had this conversation earlier today with an artist that is talented. She's got a nice voice and she's been doing some stuff in the industry before. And she's like trying to be independent. And so I was advising her. And it's interesting because I was trying to carry the information that what you just said. People don't care what you think is right when it comes to your music. They just want to consume whatever you have to give them. And the moment you stop giving it to them, they'll go someone else and they'll forget about you. And if you have not built through the years a very solid basis of what one may call a musical family of sort, the 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 issues that you're gonna have is that if you're not somebody who's resilient enough, you will eventually drop the ball and feel like the world is against you, or things are just not working out the way you want them to work. And that was a bit hard for her to understand. And so I was like, it's unfair, but it is what it is. You
Is
know,
it?
it is, because what are you going to do? This is the thing. In my personal opinion, when you're trying to make a living from something that you do, that is art, that is something that is connected to your true calling, you've got to really put some water in your wine at a certain point, because especially in this time and age of streaming and abundance of choice, you've got to make it happen one way or the other. So either you're going to have to produce abundantly, consistently, qualitatively, or get some side hustle to help you sustain your livelihood and do what you want to do, which a lot of people are doing. And then they take their reality for the type of reality that everybody's going through as well. So I'm having this interesting conversation sometimes with people who are like, are you a full-time musician? And qu'est-ce qui se passe? Huh? And I'm like, yes, I'm a full-time musician.
Everybody
That's
has
what I
kids.
do. That's like, and it's like, okay, all right, wow, crazy. Yeah, it's a choice,
I,
but
you
it's a
know,
wise choice, because if I stuck with the mentality of trying to as we had this conversation, you and I, many years ago, of just trying to be about these purist ideas, this and that, and I would not be where I am today. I would not even afford to move from one country to another and have a roof over my head. But I
it
decided to
depends.
to to make choices that yeah,
It
of
depends.
course
If
it
you
always
had,
going to depend. But if you want to, if you, especially in the niche music that I'm doing, okay, come on,
if you had a
it's not easy.
thousand, if you had 1,000 super fans, right? Who told you, listen, I'm gonna give you $10 per month, no matter what, and you have like 1,000 of them, and they tell you, please do the most non-commercial music ever, then you can respond to your call, and that's it.
Yeah, you
But
can do that, but
the problem is most people, they give 10,000 to Spotify. They give $10 to Spotify, and
sure,
why would they give more to somebody else? Or you see what I mean? It's the problem again of the convenience of not having to leave your house to go buy a CD, because all you have to do is play it from your phone or your computer or from Alexa, and and this is the world of today, and you have to learn how to navigate in it. I was having this conversation with an artist, and the artist was telling me, yo, Spotify has to pay all the artists better. And I was like, but do you understand how Spotify works? No, but come on, how can we make only 0.00.030% per stream? And I was like, yeah, but do you understand how it works? And the person was, it's just unfair. And I told her, listen, it's very simple. It's very simple. Let's say you have 10 fans and 10 artists. Every fan has one coin. And the first 5 fans, they love Boddhi Satva. And they give Boddhi Satva, the first 4 fans, they love Boddhi Satva so much, they all give the coin to Boddhi Satva. So Boddhi Satva has 4 coins. The next four fans, they love Kaysha so much, so they give Kaysha 4 coins. So there's 8 artists left, and there's only 2 coins left, right? So the next one is, I love DJ Satellite. Boom, 1 coin left. Oh, me, I love whoever. Boom, 4 coins for Boddhi, 4 coins for Kaysha, 1 coin for Satellite, 1 coin for the other, and the 6 others, bye-bye. That was the business of back in the days when it was CDs. Replace coin with $20. The business of today is I have a coin, I have one coin, and I pay to listen to everything. So all of us, we have 10 coins, and we give the 10 coins to Spotify, and Spotify will divide in the number of times people play Boddhi, the number of time people play Kaysha, and all the other 10, and it will divide the coins in the number of streams. So let's say there's 10 coins, everybody listen to one song, so everybody will have one coin. But if all of a sudden somebody listens to Boddhi Satva 4 times and all of us only 1 time, so Boddhi will have more than us. So we could say that it's a simple business. You have 350 million people who pay roughly $10 to Spotify. So that's 3 billion and such per month that is entering the market every month. And on that market, you have, let's say you only had 10 artists. It was me, Boddhi, and another 8. And there's 3 billion raining on us. If you listen to, let's just say that everybody listened to one song of Boddhi, one song of Kaysha, and one song of all the other 10 artists. So what happens is that the 3 billion that arrives every month is divided by 10. So each of us get 300 million. The problem is, because of technology, this microphone, which is a professional microphone that you can record music on, costs $200. This computer that I'm using cost $700. Mac Mini M1. Just with that in GarageBand, I can record songs. So the number of people who are recording songs has just multiplied. All of a sudden, there's no more A&R, and everybody's doing music, and the platforms are flooded with music. Every 10 days, there's 600,000 new songs. So the 3 billion is divided in between everybody. And those who play millions, like Drake and whatever, they get a large percentage of the money that is made because all the plays go to them. And us who have small amount of plays, or 100,000 or a million like me, I'm actually fine. We get a lesser percentage based on the number of people who are listening to our music. And then you have the millions of other people who also are trying to make it in the music market, and they all take 1 cent here, 1 cent there, €1 here, €1 there. And you might be like, yeah, it's a marketplace for everybody. Everybody has a chance. The problem is that maybe all these artists who will never make it, they take up, 50% of all the money from the 1 or 2 or 10 plays that they do. So in the end, when you divide everything, that's how you get 0.003% per stream. And the problem is, are you willing as an artist to tell another artist, leave the market so I can make money? Yeah, but some people do shit music. Yeah, but who are you to decide that they do shit music? They are
When
artists.
there's a majority of people consuming that music that you're calling shit.
And
now,
some,
of course,
or-
you can criticize it, but
And
not
that's the
gonna change.
thing. In the end, the public decides. And when you have so much music coming out every day, what will make the choice will be, one, the AI, who will decide for you, because you will not be able to decide by yourself. You will not go on Spotify. Some people go on Spotify, they dig in the crates. But most people, they look in the playlist to curate for them. So that's one. And the second thing is the brand.
But
If
if you
your name
see,
is
even
Boddhi
if you,
Satva and people,
go
if your
ahead,
name
go
is
ahead.
Boddhi Satva and people know you, they will go look for you. If your name is Kaysha and people have been following you for 20 years and you've been building your brands for all these years, people will follow you. But every day, there's 10,000 people who are like, I want to sing. And they have the possibility. And we used to say that it wasn't fair, that it costs so much money to make music, you have to go through the A&Rs, you have to be signed, etc. Oh my god, it's impossible to be independent because you cannot sell, etc. And now we have what we want. We have a market that is free for everyone, and this is the price to pay. And in the end, it's going to be the public who will choose if they want to play some Bodhisattva, some Kaysha, or the infinite number of choices that is left. So as a creator, your only choice is how you go about it, because you will not change the market. You cannot tell all these people, stop making music so I can listen. Back in the days, I sold 100,000 CDs of my first album. That's $1 million, but it went to Sony. I only had like 6% of that money. And I was like, okay, next album is, I'm gonna make another, and then next I'm gonna make by the time I reach album number 10, maybe I will have sold 10 million, like 1 million albums, whatever. But soon as the internet arrived, sales have been divided by 10. Why? Because people were like, oh, convenient, I can download for free. Why would I go out of my house, take a shower, and go buy a CD of this guy when I can just open Kazaa or Napster or LimeWire, scratch my balls, and download the music for free? Why would I buy this orange in the store when it's here in the street? And that's when, and I had fights with fans 20 years ago. I was like, you are killing us. Buy the music. And they were like, no, I bought it. I was like, so why do you share it on FileZilla and all these places? Because I want everybody to know about you. I love you so much. I was like, no, not like this. Send people the YouTube link. No, people need to download everywhere. And so all you could do at that point was adapt and understand that I'm gonna make money from shows in all these countries where people don't have access to my CDs, but
But
they
you have
all
that
know
issue
my
even
songs.
nowadays. Huh? Even when you ask people to sometimes share the link on their socials, etc., they're not gonna do it. Like the majority, like probably one out of I don't know how many out of 100 will actually post the link, and it's just posting a fucking link. It's like,
And
yo,
that's what I tell
if
people.
you enjoy this content, post it on your socials. Let your people know. It's just copy, post, or share. You don't even have to copy anything. You just click share, and it asks you where you want to share it, and you just have to do it.
And
And
and that's
that
why I
is
tell
like,
people, if you want this ecosystem that is us to survive, you have to do your part. Do your part. If you don't have enough money to leave a super chat on a YouTube video, go buy an album, go buy a t-shirt, or
well,
go
stream
on
the fucking
Spotify,
music.
or go buy on Spotify and play the music all night, like the BTS fans do. Go, you click, you go on Spotify, you go find Kaysha Bodhisattva, you put the latest album, you put play, you put repeat, you turn off the volume and you go to sleep. You helping here, because maybe at the end of the night it's gonna generate $1, but if there's 1,000 of you doing this every day or once a week, that's 1,000, and people can pay their rent and continue giving you good music. And the problem is the consumer is acting like if they don't have a choice now. Oh, but Spotify is only giving me now. You have the choice. You are the one deciding what you want to eat, what you want to listen to. You are the one who deciding what type of music you want to listen to. You are the one who's the end consumer in the end. Us, we just do the music. In the end, if you don't listen to it, at a point, we're gonna find a job, we'll do like a lot of artists that I know. They are doctors, they have regular jobs, and they just do music for for the fun of it. And what you're gonna do, you know.
There was an interesting question that was asked regarding the DJing by Miss Nisinya about what's going to happen for the DJs after the pandemic. I mean, right
Play
now
it.
it's
Put the comments up there.
let me see. I have to look it up because it's somewhere here. Let me see.
Miss Nisinia. Fifth comment.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this one.
Well, I mean, right now what's going on is that it's a very interesting question, actually, very good questions. So couple of weeks ago, I received a call from somebody who was a friend and who was telling me that he had heard people saying that, hey, why don't you tell Bodhi to let the internet breathe a little bit? He he's doing too much already, and he's diminishing the value of his brand by doing so many lives. And I just laughed. I just said, it's interesting, man. Because no matter what you do or don't do, there's going to be people talking. And I think there's a lot of problem now with the DJs. And it depends what kind of DJs we're talking about. If you're talking about, top tier DJs, the super massive DJs who would get 100,000 euros or more per set. I mean, they're still having their corporate partnerships and gigs where they would perform online, but they would perform for the same fee they would usually get for a festival, or maybe a little less, but still would be a very consequent fee. You have you know second tier would be performing for much lesser than what they would get, but they would still get paid, and they would do like maybe very specific kind of gigs online. And then you have I'm the third tier, which is still a very high tier because you got to work a lot to get to even that point. But I mean, at the third tier, there is room for opportunities to get partnerships. But for the most part, it's about growing the brand via doing these lives and really giving fans, a sort of a connection, a direct connection, which is a little bit more organic. So in a way, it's still kind of underground if you're looking at it from this perspective. We approach it from a organic point of view, should we say? But the problem is that there's a majority, however, of DJs that just think this is just not where it's at, and it's all going to come back to normal. Which, if even if it does come back to so normal, there's not enough clubs anymore. Majority of clubs around the world have closed. They will be booking the DJs that will bring the crowd, that will actually move volumes, right? So we have to see. Nobody can really predict, but if you ask if there's going to be many DJs left after this, I don't think so. A lot of people, as Kaysha was explaining, had to move by force uh, of the matters that fell upon us. This dramatic situation, forcing guys and gals to move and make shit happen for their families. As far as things going back to normal, again, we don't know how and what that normal is going to be. But for now, it's online and it's working. It's just that we, as Keisha, and it's very interesting because Keisha answered that question within what he was saying earlier. But I think that it really lies in your hands as consumers. At the end of the day, we can talk about the 95% of people consuming the shit music you guys call shit music. But if the 5% still don't really consume the way it needs to be done, in other words, talking about it around them, sharing the link to their favorite lives or whatever, favorite club shout out conversation or MQT or whatever,
Just putting a like in a video.
or just putting a freaking like, that helps more than you may think, because it helps us get
The AI.
You feel me? So it's a very simple thing, and it seems like the more access to technology and the more access to technology and the more we have things facilitating our connectivity, the lazier we get. Like literally, you have people asking you when you post something on Instagram, when is your live, dude? It's written on the actual visual. It's actually written there and in the comments. You
Yes, when do
want?
you do new music? Oh my God. Like,
Oh my god!
long, how, why did you stop me? When do you do a new single? I do
And some of these
singles
comments come from
every
people.
single a week. And, like, yeah, people don't even verify. They're lazy. So I believe that as I'm an artist, that's true. But because I
Oh
might
wow,
be
you.
more a businessman than an artist, I I try to look at it always, and it's not because I don't value the art. I tend to look at things from a market perspective and from a business perspective, so as an artist I can move accordingly. So the question is, what's going to happen to the dancers, the DJs, the club owners, the restaurant owners, the musicians, the people who sing in events, the little bands that sing, you know, the the RPs. It's gonna
Pure.
depend of the market,
What do
because
you mean RP? C'est quoi tu parles
the people who do the promotion of the
yeah,
parties, the
PRs, yeah,
flyer,
PRs, yeah,
etc.
PRs, yeah.
PRs. Even the dancers, even the listen. Kizomba Festival halted for a whole year and a half, meaning that everybody who used to travel from city to city to dance, goodbye, right? So the question here is, how will be the market once slowly everything reopens in the world? How many clubs will have survived? How many restaurants would have survived? How many places are able to sustain a 2 year halt and without being able to pay for the rent if they don't own the building, and even paying the people that work for them? A lot of
Oh man,
listen,
they already fired everybody, man. They can't pay for anyone.
I
That
live
become
in the richest, one of the richest parts of Lisbon, and two, three, four of the restaurants that I used to go for the last 8 years, they gone. They were just like, after 3, 4, 5, 6 months, they were like, you know what? I can't. So sorry for everybody, but I can't. So they just left, or they sold, or whatever they did. And how many clubs are gonna be around when everything opens will define the market. And once the market is defined, that's how we will know. And what everybody should have done these last 20 months, I don't know how long it's been forever for me. Once everything that comes from my mouth is diamond. Yeah. So once I think the people who will succeed tomorrow are the people who took on social media, YouTube, TikTok, and more, to work on their brands and create a following. I started a show, Club Shout Out, for those who know, episode 109 yesterday, and we have conversations about everything. Boddhi started the Quarantine Groove, episode 119. this worked on the brand. This made a new generation of older people who were stuck at home doing nothing, getting fat. They had something to watch. They had some DJ set, and maybe it kept them sane. And these are people who will follow him continuously on the live, or maybe when he comes to their city, they will want to see it for real. And those who probably will not survive are those who did nothing in all these times, or who were petrified. And when I say they did nothing, I'm not saying it in a way of it's your fault or whatever. Some people were just petrified. Some people got lazy. Some people were just pissed. Whatever. Everybody had lived this mentally differently. But I really believe that this was actually an if you are able to make lemonade out of lemons, this was actually an amazing opportunity to work on your brand, because everybody was stuck at home and they had only choices: YouTube, Netflix, Instagram, TikTok, whatever. And a lot of people exploded. A lot of people find ways to use this moment where everybody is actually captive at home to capture their attention, because everybody was so busy at that time. So I saw a girl. I discovered her YouTube channel today. She dances kizomba, bachata, salsa, compa, zouk, etc. And on her channel, she was just explaining the basic moves of every single dance. It was not a kizomba. It was really a channel about everything. And she had, so first video was a basic move of salsa, then basic moves of kizomba, basic moves of house music, and then once she did the first of everything, then she started playlist, and then she had second video, a little more medium of, and then she goes back to every dance, and she start doing playlist of all the different dances. And now if you are interested in whatever dance, you can go on that channel and watch her, and she's just in her living room, and you can see from the quality that it's filmed on an iPhone, but it works. And she has, every video that I was seeing had like between 5 to 10,000 views. And I was like, wow, that's impressive. Here is somebody who made lemonade out of lemons. She was like, I'm a dancer and I'm stuck at home like everybody else. And everybody would love to dance, but they cannot go out. So I'm going to give them dance in their screens. And the people who were able to reinvent
Merci,
themselves.
Papaquet, pour cette offrande délicieuse.
De rien.
Désolé.
De rien. And those who were able to reinvent themselves, the DJs who understood that, yeah, YouTube, Instagram, Vimeo, whatever the place where you could, was the people who understood that it was actually the best time to create your community. On my show, I have people that used to follow me from the last 20 years because of music. And I have people that discovered me because of quarantine grooves. Like Kiata, she discovered me because of your community. Maybe some people today are discovering me today because of this video. And I invite them to come to my channel. And there's a lot of people who come, who I see here in the comments, they came from my community, and we are doing synergies between our communities. So if I was a DJ, for example, and me, that's the way I think of everything. I'm a solution guy. I'm a money guy. And yeah, I'm also an artist sometimes. But if I was a DJ and I was a dancer, I would collaborate. I would be like, hey, listen, I'm going to do a live show, or we can pre-record a show. I'm going to play music. And look, Boddhi's a DJ, I'm a singer, a producer, and we are here talking and we have been we have you guys for 2 hours and a half having conversations, meaningful conversations. But imagine if he's a DJ and I'm a dancer. He starts playing music, and me, I'm dancing on the music. This is an amazing show, and you can have this show called The DJ and the Dancer. He's playing whatever music, and I'm dancing. Or he can do a quarantine groove where he's
They're
there
already
playing
doing
music.
that.
Like there's so many things that you can do
They're already
if you
doing that, but I
start.
don't think that format, however, works because um, unless there's a little bit of production around it. Because I've seen a couple of guys doing it, and the lives that actually bring this kind of lives that actually bring traction and visibility is when there's a little bit of production, when there's actually an extra couple of cameras filming the dancers from different angles. It makes it entertaining. But
It depends. It really depends, because if you are,
it depends. Yes.
let's say I'm gonna give you an example. Let's say these 2 hours we've been doing a house music class, how to dance. You play a track, I start doing basic moves, and then more and more, and this is an amazing show that if I want to learn how to the steps, I would watch it. The thing is,
Look at this comment, Papaki. Very interesting. What
YouTube
this
is the
brother is
best
just
place
doing.
to build the Afropop community. I started a channel based on Kwaito music. I'm from the US. Years later, I went from YouTube to radio. Even introduced my South African audience to Kaysha. I'm a piano too. Thank
And you
you.
see, a lot of
But you see
people
what I
don't even
mean?
know that you're in Amapiano.
Yeah.
And you have one of the biggest, if not the biggest, Amapiano players on Spotify right now.
Yeah, one of them, yeah. The
You know,
Spotify one is the biggest, but
of course.
and
But I
that's the
mean, after
thing.
them,
It's and it's the thing is, do you remember the first episode of Club Shadow or the first episode of Quarantine Groove? There was no quality. We didn't use the programs we had. We didn't have logos and all this stuff. And today we can do all those things. Why? Because we started somewhere. And if you start somewhere, if I was a DJ, I would invite a star dancer in every show. And I would create something. You see what I mean? I would come, DJ set, and even like I would listen, quarantine grooves. I would invite the DJ from time to time to come perform, like, just because then it becomes a whole universe. It becomes once you have the more what artists, DJs, dancers have to understand. The most important is not your art anymore. Of course you have to do quality art, but the most important is your community. Once you build the community, you can make a movie tomorrow. You can make a web series. You can make a real series. You can go to Netflix. If you have the community, the platforms are interested in the numbers. Why? Because the platforms don't care about what we do. The platforms care about the ads that they can put on the side or under the video. That's what the platforms care about. If you show the platforms that you can keep people 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 minutes, likes, whatever, the platforms are happy. When you give a super chat to one of us on our channel, YouTube takes 30%. So YouTube makes money. YouTube is happy. We are happy. Everybody's happy. You have great content. They make money. They show some ads. That's what the platforms want. Most people, they focus on what they want as artists. They don't focus on the market. And if you're on YouTube, the market is the platform. What plays, what works, what the people want. And if you want to force the platform to like your content, you're going to have to create a community around what you are doing, and then create the content that will make this community come over and over again. Quarantine Grooves, Club Shada, and every show that I watch, podcasts, etc., because people, they consume content. And they like this generation, and especially the generation after us, they are not people who like to watch content passively. Or at 8 there's the news, at 8:30 it's Dallas or Dynasty, before that it's that, and then there's the ads in the middle. No, they want to watch what they want to watch at the time they want to watch, and that's what they are interested in. And if you can build a community around that, one by one, at a point, listen, you could be a DJ, or you could just be a dancer, and every or 3 times a week you're gonna dance for an hour.
Or you could
It's
even
gonna
be a
be
singer
good for
like
you.
Messina, who was just saying that she worked actually with another legend of the game, Rocco, and she said that it's been hard to make ends meet, just doing that. And I think that this is the problem. A lot of people, they don't see that and that's what Erica just said, and you said in substance as well. Growth takes time. If you don't work on it, if you don't make sure that you produce
Yep.
consistently, you will not get
Create
the
the hours.
results.
You have to
That's
put
what
the
it is.
hours.
Like put the hours in. Like look at what you just did with, for example, you with the Club Shada. I mean, the amount of hours that you've put into just refining the
300.
brand, and then the amount of shows that you've built, and now up until the recent one you did with Naturi Ben. I mean, crazy life. We're talking about
Yeah.
18 hours on both platforms, her YouTube and your YouTube combined,
Yeah.
and then the growth that it allowed both of you to
Exactly.
gain. Like this is really,
Synergies.
but those synergies are only possible to come to life when you've worked your ass towards that. So you got to meet people halfway, right? I think you eventually, yes, if you
Put
want
the
to give a little
hours.
bit of if you want, yeah, exactly more. Like, and people don't want to put the hours; they just already want to get there. And it's like, and then they see all the work that you've done when they were looking at you, making fun of you, and telling you that you were, invading the internet too much. And then when it's time for them to realize that, oh shit, now I need to get on it, and they're looking at all the work you've done, and they're like, oh, but look at you, you got. But it's like, dude, just like you, I started from zero, man. Like, just come on, just get to it. Oh, it's too much, and this is where you see the personalities. There's this young brother, DJ Ade from Pata 236, who actually I interviewed here on the show. I mean, I had as a guest on the show a
Yes.
couple of weeks ago. As you saw,
Yeah,
this
yeah.
young brother started a platform with Bailey. It was about 80 people on his Facebook, and he has one of the most influential platform right now for Central African oriented, news. And it's actually a platform that claims authority. The brother can actually invite the minister of culture or this or that on the platform. They want to be there because he created value for himself, and he's got he started it in November last year, and he's got already 13,000 subscribers and counting. And that for me shows that if you really put your energy onto something, especially nowadays, and I think that's the beauty of this whole COVID-19, as fucked up as it is,
Moment.
it really forced majority of us to redefine ourselves and the way we looked at things. And
Reinvention.
it's a redefining moment. It's a exactly reinventing. I mean, dude. But
But
yeah,
most people, their problem, you know what the problem is, most people? It's that word. But. Yeah, but. You could do
mhm.
the yeah, but. Yeah, but. Listen, you have so many platforms. You can go on Facebook, you can go on YouTube, you can go on Instagram, you can go on Vimeo, you can go on whatever. You can even stream on your own platform. Twitch. Uh, let me get the numbers to not say something stupid. Streaming numbers
Master
2020.
Electronic, you're mad. You want us to do a 12 hours live? Yeah, Master Electronic.
Master Electronic speaks so many languages. Yesterday he spoke to us in 8 languages. Listen, in 2020, right? Just on Twitch. I'm just talking about Twitch. I'm not talking about the rest of the other platforms.
Mhm.
Twitch had in 2020 17 billion hours watched. I think YouTube had 8 and Facebook 5. So let's simplify it to 25 billion hours of people watching content. And most people, their answer is yes, but the thing is this: you can stream for hours and days and for a whole month, 2 months, 3 months with only 3 people watching. The moment you have 4 people, this is a victory. The moment you have 6 people, this is a victory. The moment you arrive at 10, that's a milestone. Next milestone is 25, then 50, XXX. I remember when Club Shada, we had 100 people watching. At the end of the show, I was like, okay, we had 100 people. That's amazing. Thank you so much, everybody. Yesterday, I reached 600 people. And to me, I was like, wow.
Put that
600
applause.
people.
Put that applause thing from your phone. Put it up.
I don't hear it. And the thing is,
Club quarantine. Shake some booty.
and you know, the thing is, because I'm a process person, most people are not. It's normal. Erica is because he's on another platform. He's on
Facebook. He's on Facebook.
That's the reason why.
Yeah.
Actually, there's a bot that can show the comment, but it's kind of messy at that time. So he's that's the thing of, that's why I only stream on the same platform so everybody can see each other. But the problem that most people don't understand is that today in the art world and in the content creation game, the most important word is process. You have to trust the process. You have to put the hours. You have to understand that you don't make it in 5 videos. You might make it in 200 videos. Whatever it takes, especially when you are in a pandemic and there's nothing else to do. If you're stuck at home anyway, you might as well use these. Look what we did. I did 109 episodes of my live stream show. When in the beginning everybody was, are you gonna sing something? I was like, no, I'm just gonna talk. And most of these people, they were like, oh, I'm not staying then. And I was like, yeah, bye. Because I was building something new. And then I was trusting the process, in the process. And in my head, I was like, in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, maybe I can reach those levels of the Joe Rogans and them people where you do your live stream and you have like 10,000 people who come, you make 1,000 or 2,000 from the super chats. But you have to start somewhere. And the problem with the buts people, because they say but, or it's not going to be enough people, it's not going to make enough money, it's not going to whatever, they don't start. And because they don't start, today, they still not at episode 1. When guys like
start
Boddhi,
and then at episode 2.
and they're like, there's only 5 people watch, oh my God, or nobody watched.
Let me go to Instagram. There's 5,000. Okay.
But the thing is, if you don't focus on the numbers and you just focus on building your catalog of content, you never know. Spotify can come tomorrow, Amazon can come tomorrow, Facebook can come tomorrow and say, hey, I want you to remove your 200 episodes of your show and I want to play it on Facebook and I'll give you $1 million. This is possible. Or you can have a television come and say, hey, listen, I'm the owner of a TV. I was one of the 3 people who have watched your show the whole pandemic. I think it's amazing. I want to hire you. I have a job for you. Same thing from your house, but do the thing you were doing, but just record it and send us, and we'll play it on our channel out there in Burkina Faso because it's amazing. And we'll pay 1,000 per episodes. You already have 200 episodes. Okay, we'll buy everything plus the rest. But you can keep it on your YouTube. It's yours, but we'll buy the license. If you don't have the content, what are you gonna sell? That's what people don't understand. It starts with creating the content. When I was
100%.
in 2008, I was saying people, listen, CDs are disappearing. People will just stream music, and I want to have 500 singles for people to stream. And people are like, this guy is crazy. 500 singles. You know how much time he makes to that? I was like, well, listen, if I do 40 singles per year in 10 years, yeah, I'll have around 500 singles. And they were like, nah. I was like, you know what? You do what you want to do. And from 2008 until today, I've been releasing. In the beginning, I was releasing 10 singles a year, once a month, then 15 a month, then 20 a month. And now I do one single every week. And a lot of artists tell me, yo, this you're flooding the market, it's too much, we don't have time to whatever. And I'm like, hey, I'm giving people the choice. If you like my music, you can listen to
A new song every week.
an hour of Amapiano, an hour of Kizomba, an hour of Zouk, an hour of Compa. You can listen to music in French, music in Portuguese, music in English, music in Lingala. You can listen to Afro House. You can listen to everything. And you don't have to like everything, but you have the choice. It's like if I'm Netflix. As long as you are here, I don't care what you listen to. And,
As long
oh,
as
I
you
don't like
listen
this.
to what you're listening to. Yeah.
Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. But do you like this? Oh, yeah, I like this. Okay, cool. There's 10 of them. And when we arrived to the pandemic, when the pandemic started, I had 500 singles because I started in 2008. And when the pandemic hit, I was making a million stream on Spotify, uh, 200 or 300,000 on Apple Music, another 300,000 on Deezer, and every month of pandemic, when every artist that back in 2008 were telling me I'm crazy, they were all calling me to say, what are we going to do? There's no more shows. Well, oh my God, how am I going to pay my rent? And my rent was paid. My rent was paid because I've been making a minimum of $5,000 every month just from all the hours I put the last 12 years. And this is what makes the difference, is when you trust in the process and you trust in yourself and you build your brand slowly by slowly in your market, and you understand how to monetize it, and you stop just thinking as, oh, art. No, listen, this will not save you. You have to understand the marketplace. You have to understand who are your clients. You have to understand the type of clients you have. You have clients that will never earn you any money because they don't have money or because they're cheap or whatever, but they will be here for you and they will support and they will spread your message. You have clients, they will give you the super chats, they will spend money on you. You have clients, they will just stream music because that's listen, they have a Spotify, so they will play your music. And you have other people, they will come to your show. And you have other people, they will give you donations. They will give you donation, not even on the YouTube channel. They will find your donation link or your PayPal, and they will send you 1,000 just to tell you, hey, I respect what you do. Thanks for the science. Thanks for this. Take it. And once you understand your marketplace, it's your marketplace.
And this happens, huh? This
I
happens.
know.
There's people literally giving you like, I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And that's what people don't understand.
Listen, I have people. They give me a 100, yeah, $100 of super chat. I have people, they say, hey, I just watched your 10 last episodes. Listen, I don't know how these super chat work or whatever donations, but I just went to your store and I bought $500 of t-shirts and stuff for me and my family. And as long as you create, as long as you create your, thank you so much, Erica.
Thank
As long
you.
as you
Thank you very
create
much.
your marketplace and you create the quality work and you put the hours, there's a moment when you have your universe and your ecosystem working. Most people, the problem is courage. The courage to start, the courage to put the first song, the courage to do the first live set, the courage to do the first podcast, the
Live
courage,
singing.
etc., etc.
Like because
Live
Missy
singing.
is saying something here that's interesting because the way she's perceiving what you say, what you're saying, is or in substance, I guess what we said so far is a problem. Is I don't think you understand really
That's the
beyond, you know,
Miss Nisinia. It's not the beginning of the end.
at
It's
all.
the continuation of creation. Is just that if everybody is live online, that's where you have to be. It doesn't mean that it's the end. It just means that you are where it's at. And
Exactly.
maybe once the things reopen, maybe we'll decide to do Club Shada conversation live. And after 2 hours of me talking, we'll have Boddhi Satva having a DJ set of 2 hours, Quarantine Grooves live. And at the same time, we'll transmit it online for the people who
100%.
are listening to it all around the world. Because look, if I ask to everybody that is watching, where are you? Just put the flag of the country where you are watching from. That's where it's amazing. Some
Actually, do
people
that,
are in the
guys. Do that. Let's see your
do that.
flags.
Put
Yeah, let's
put
see
your
your flags, guys.
flags just to see where you are watching from. I dreamed of this when I
It's
was
amazing.
22 and I was a rapper with dreadlocks trying to make it in Paris. And everybody was like, oh, you sing, oh, you rap in English. Who do you think you are? I was like, I want, I want my music to be everywhere in the world. And I was like, how can I do that? I had to go with 100 CDs at the post office and do 100 letters, those letters with the bubbles, and send my albums everywhere. I had to pay it for myself. I had to find addresses of all the radios around the world to send my CDs. And today you have people in the US, you have people here, you have people in France, people in Belgium, people are watching from the whole world. And we are not even, we are each in different locations. He's in his house in Portugal. I'm in Portugal as well, but we are in Portugal. I could have been in Bangkok and we are having this conversation. And the thing is, what is your message? Erica, you talk about going back to the ancestors and to your roots. How do you create a community around that? That's the question of people who are like-minded. You create your community, you have platforms that you can use to create this community, and then you have tools that you can use to monetize those things. So you do it for not only for the culture, the message, but at the same time it feeds your family. That's amazing. So it's not the end. It's actually the
The natural
possibility
progression of
to
things.
reach more people than you could ever. Yeah, and
Dream
so
of.
the question is, the question that Erica, no, it was
It was a Nissin.
Nisinia. The question that Nisinia asked remind me of the question of the people who were like, "Oh, there's no more CDs and there's no more DVDs, so it's the end." And I was like, "No, people on YouTube will be able to watch my videos all around the world.
At any time.
That's amazing. Anytime, when they want, they type
And
my
it's
name,
free.
it's there,
Shit.
and it's free and etc. And and they just watch an ad and we make money when they watch it. That's amazing.
It's
And
amazing.
so it all depends how you want to see it. It really depends how you want to see it. You want to see it as like, oh yeah, but I liked the old way. I feel for you. The old way is dead. I feel for you if you like it. It's yeah. Listen, there's always gonna be 100 people buying vinyls. I'm happy for them, but this is not. This is gonna be yeah, like people who hold relics in museums, and it's not a disrespect. It's normal, but the future is not this. And if you can, once you understand that as a creator, then you understand what you need to do as a creator. You need to be where the listeners are. And if if you have around you, I don't know how old you are, Nisinia, but if around you you have people who are 10 years younger than you, look at how they are consuming content. And if you have people that are another 10 years younger than you, 20 years younger than you, if you are more than 20, look at how they are consuming content and you will understand what is the future. And if you understand what is the future, you can be ready for the future. You can
100%.
understand, okay, that's where I have to be. I have to be on my daughter's iPad. Listen, my daughter, I don't know how she finds the shows that she finds on YouTube. I have no
It's crazy,
clue
yeah?
because she just, and at a point, she watches two girls that only speak in Thai, two girls from Thailand called Yim Yam TV, and she calls them amigas. She decides that's her friends. And when she says, "Ah, quiero amigas," I want my friends. So I put Yim Yam, and then they say Hapukat, which means hello in Thai, and my daughter is like Hapukat as well, and I'm like, so I go to my YouTube now. I check, and I check the numbers of these girls. They have 20 million views per video, and they get deals with everybody. They get deals with all the brands, all the Disney and all the people who make toys. They send us stuff. They pay them, I'm like, what an amazing business. And yeah, you probably have, I don't know how many other little girls who are thinking, yeah, those are my friends. And my daughter is 3 years old. She has no idea that those girls are in Thailand or whatever. All I know is that sometimes she wants to see Diana, sometimes she wants to see Nastya, sometimes she wants to see Amigas, or sometimes she's watching Super Mario, and I don't know how she does. It's just the algorithm knows what to give her. And because I know how it works, if I wanted to exploit my daughter and generate millions of euros from my daughter, I'll create a YouTube channel. I'd create a YouTube channel where I'd put her playing in the park, her doing this, her opening box, because I know that there's millions and millions and millions of little girls with iPads who are doing the same thing that she's doing in the morning before she goes to school.
Isn't there a page that she was watching this YouTube channel that the father and the daughter, and all they do is like, and they are sponsored like by, they make so much
Yeah,
money now.
Russians. They're
Russians,
Russians.
yeah, yeah.
Nastya, that's her name. Her name is Nastya.
It's crazy,
And
man. The money they make
it's
is incredible
they make $20 million per year. They make actually during the pandemic they make $20 million.
because of YouTube.
Yeah, opening gifts, opening, and because what's happened is that if you give them some gift, all the little girls who are watching them, they will want the same gift, and they will ask to their parents to have those toys. So that's the best ad. So people will pay premium to have you play with their thing. And this is how us as creators, as DJs, as people who talk, as people who make music, we can also tap in that business of brands. Listen, I have a cap. This is a cap for it's my brand shot I wear, but anybody can say, hey, I want you to wear my cap. I'm gonna send you 5 hats for the next episodes of your show, or I want to send you 5 hats for the next quarantine groups, or for the Monday quality talks, and I'm gonna give you, I don't know, $2,500 to wear them for your next 5 episodes. Or if you're a dancer, I have dancing shoes. Or I have a suit. I would love you. It's suit special for dancers, whatever. I would love you to wear this during your show. I'll pay you $300 per episode for 10 episodes. $3K. Rent solved for 3 months. This is where we are now. And that's amazing. Because back in the days, you need to be on TV to have that. So instead of thinking it's the end, you have to think that's the beginning of something amazing. You're gonna have the ability. Listen, and listen. You are hearing somebody who loves to perform in front of people. I love to play. I'm a guy. If you go to my YouTube channel and you watch my shows, the amount of time I dived into people in Africa, in Europe, in the US, and I risked my life just jumping into crowds. I love the contact of the crowd. But still, and I was getting paid to do what I love, performing in front of 1,000 people, 10,000 people, 100,000 people, 100 people. But if I get paid to wear a hat or to put a logo here, you see those 4 logos? If somebody pays me to replace those logos with their logo, and it can pay my rent, and I'm still doing what I love, which is dancing or DJing, why am I gonna complain? What end are you talking about? It's the beginning of something great, because I have access to potentially the 2 billion people who are connected to the internet. And whenever things open again, all the people that learned about me online, they might go see me when I go perform in a real location. And now I have 2 businesses instead of just one. It's just, how do you see things? Opportunities or the end? It's up to you.
But I think that this is, and maybe we could close on maybe touching that topic. It's all a question of your
I
perception.
thought you invite me to talk about the Afro diaspora thing. I'm joking. I'm joking.
We were going to talk about that, but I think that the conversation today, but that's how we flow, man. We always flow, and I
No,
think that
I like this conversation like it is. We don't need
I
to
think it's
touch
good,
on those.
but
Yeah,
I
it's great,
think
man.
that the what you said is very, very powerful. It's really all about, I know we speak on that regularly, but it's really all about your perception, and unfortunately, I think that a lot of people out. Somebody close to me was sharing that they were going through all these very, very, very rough times, and that it affected them, even their health, like how negative they've been. And I said, you see, you are your own medicine. Like, before you even go to a pharmacist and try to get some drugs to help fix this and that and the other, how about you start fixing the way you look at things, instead of really seeing everything as an actual obstacle for your life? Look at things from as opportunities, as you just said, just like seize the opportunity of this medium. This is the first time in mankind history where you can actually touch people everywhere simultaneously. I mean, wow.
Yeah.
If that is not an opportunity, I don't know what it is.
It's human beings. They like the comfort of things not changing. And when things change, people are angry. because it, yeah, you are in your comfort zone, and all of a sudden you have to work to create a new comfort zone. And some people, they welcome change because it helped them to move out of something boring. Or like, listen, I probably performed in front of crowds in, I don't know, 60 countries, 70 countries, you know. And when I tell people I was bored on stage, they were like, how can you say that? It's disrespect for your fans. And I was like, no. And I was showing them videos of shows where I was like jumping in the crowd and girls screaming and everybody's and me doing dancing, going crazy. And they were like, wait a minute. Here you were bored? And I'm really like sweating and I'm giving everything. And I was like, oh no, here, as you see me, I'm not there. My brain is thinking about businesses, edits, about cryptocurrencies, other things, because I'm on autopilot as you see me. Because I start performing when I was 17. And on that stage that you see me, I'm 44. And I've been performing for so many years that it's not that I don't love it anymore. I love it. This is, yeah, put me on the stage with a microphone, I will rock a crowd. But it's boring because it's just like breathing. I'm breathing. It's like the only moment when breathing was like, fuck, oh my God, I'm breathing was after COVID. That was like, finally breathing is cool. But after doing all these shows and fulfilling your dream, I want to sing around the world. Okay. Once you've been around the world 10 times performing, you've seen all type of girls screaming your name, crying for you, guys screaming, etc., getting paid, all that. There's a point where destiny fulfilled. It's done. You want to try something new. You want to do new things. And yeah, you could sing another 10 years, but you're going to be bored. And you're going to do a great work. And nobody will know that you're bored. Nobody will know that while this girl is grinding on you, you're thinking of something else. You're thinking of Bitcoin, XRP, whatever, or YouTube channels and whatever else. And it's just because at a point you were thirsty for something and you were just dreaming of having one half glass of it. And you drank 100 glass of that thing. And yeah, you're ready for something new, acting, radio, talking, master classes, whatever you want to do. Or maybe dancing something else. If you're a salsa dancer for 20 years, maybe you want to try something else. Bachata, kizomba, hip hop, whatever. And those moments and those technologies that are here give us the opportunity to try different things, reinvent ourselves. And some people will be scared. They're going to be like, I prefer being bored, doing something that I'm not scared of going back from zero. And some other people, they're excited about building something new. For me, I see making beats as the first pyramids that I completed. I completed 10 of them. I mastered making hip hop beats, kizomba beats, zouk beats, reggaeton beats, dancehall beats, you name it. Then I'm like, what else can I do? Then I was like, I'm going to do Afro house beat. I remember 10 years ago, hey, Boddhi Satva, look, I made an Afro house beat. And you were like, bro, come on, like, leave us alone. Nah, it's not that. And to me, I was like, oh, I like this challenge. Until one day you start playing my beats on your sets. I was like, yay. And then, yeah, this year I was like, I'm a piano. I like that. Let me try that. And now I have 10 Amapiano songs that are rocking, not even under my name, under another name. And it's then I was like singing, rapping. Once I was done with rapping, it was singing. Then I was done, then I start singing in different languages. And every time I finish doing something, and I milk it, etc. I do the business part. Then I want to do something new. And today, with this pandemic, instead of just not doing nothing and just getting fat, yeah, just starting having conversations on YouTube with people all around the world. And I think it's amazing because it also lets you show another face of another facet of you that people have no idea. How many times did you get these comment, Body? I used to love your music, but now I respect you for the science, for the knowledge, for all these things. Do you
Got a lot of
imagine
time.
how frustrated I was when I was just a beautiful object? Oh, you're so sexy. Oh my God, I love your songs. I was like, yeah, but
You
we
suffer
can
from being
talk about,
so desired by a
you
woman.
know,
Keisha, you know that some men will dream to be in your shoes. You're such a spoiled brat.
I am. I am. But you see what I mean? You
Now I see
here
what you do, bro.
and you are all of a sudden you can display other parts of who you are. I'm not just a kizomba singer or a love song singers. We can have the same 2 hours conversation
Même Christelle dit
in
pauvre qu'est vraiment. Ah, ma pauvreté, la souffrance, il y a beauté. Beau
vraiment Christelle,
gosse.
je souffre. Ma souffrance, Yabango. Et but we could have 2 hours
Thank
conversation
you.
like we just had about cryptocurrency. That's the
Bro,
beauty of it.
this Saturday we spoke for 6 hours. When we were talking for 6 hours about cryptocurrencies and how the market
Exactly.
moves, this and that. Oh, investment.
Exactly.
And as we were talking, we're actually investing money. Like, oh yeah, shit. Let me put a little bit more here. Let me do this. Oh no, this one. Man, come on.
That,
This
but
is
that,
the type of
that's the
vibe that
beauty
you
of it.
want.
And
That's what it
and
is,
and
man.
some people will only be seen by the people as who people the box they put them in. Some people are telling you, stop talking on the internet and go do some DJ sets in real clubs. Can you understand? The nada, Miss Nisinya. It's $400 for the consultation. And you you see what I mean? Like some people will try to keep you in the box for their own comfort. They want you to just be a DJ or just a dancer. But maybe the next phase of your life is to be a banker or a farmer. Look, my mother, when she met my dad, she was a model. Then she became a businesswoman, and now she has 200 hectares of farmland, and she's farming in Congo, and she finds fulfillment in life in growing fruits and vegetables and feeding Congolese people. That's what makes her happy. And 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 yeah, she gave, I told this in my life, she gave to the drivers that have been working for us for the last 30 years. She gave them each two plots of lands, each of them 2 hectares, so they can also grow their food and maybe change the destiny of their families. And she's happy about that. And she built a place for all the women who suffered from the war, and where she just give them stuff, whatever, and they have a shelter. And today that's what she loves to do. And when I see that, my dreams today are okay. My mom bought 200 acres. I want to buy her another 2,000 so that she can even fulfill that even more. And but 20 years ago, 30 years ago, I was not dreaming of all that. I just wanted to perform in front of people. So we
But
change,
we evolve, right? Yeah.
we evolve, and you cannot be against your own evolution, and you cannot be against the evolution of the world. You, are you gonna do like a one person? Your frustration will not stop the evolution of the world. The domination of Chinese people, they will in 5 years, USA will become number 2 and China will become number 1. You can say what you want. This is what's gonna happen. And how you preparing for that is what's important. And you're not gonna, if you prepare for that today, you'll be ready when it comes. If you prepare for it when it already happened, you're gonna be running after the train. And I remember when I was having the conversation with you about leaving Instagram after Quarantine Room 50 and going to YouTube. We had that conversation. I was telling you, it was amazing that you did all these things on Instagram, but what you need to do now is move to YouTube because of the tools, because of this, because of that. And look what you created since then. You are creating your little empire inside of YouTube with the people who love you, the people who come to the Quarantine Grooves every week, the people who come to the Monday. You remember when Monday Quality Talks had nobody watching? I don't know how many people are watching. I'm not watching the
Yeah,
numbers
there
as I
was
speak.
probably if there was 8 people, it was not even 8. I think 5, 4.
Yeah, you remember
It was
when the
crazy.
chat was like completely still,
Dead, and I was
and I was
talking, and I was just like so, and I was also trying to adapt to this new format because Instagram being
yeah,
a
yeah, yeah,
different
yeah, yeah.
format, I was not feeling
And
comfortable.
and look today, we're having a conversation with people, and the chat is going. And
Yeah.
by the time you reach episode 100, it will be its own universe. And there's gonna be a lot of people who will come and say, "Hey, I would love to have a conversation with you as well in the Monday Quality Talks, etc., etc." Why? Because the process, because you are
Thank you,
doing.
Erica. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Erica.
Thank
And
you.
and what you said about farming, it's important. At a point, you wanna, but if to me, when I see farming, when I see what my mother is doing, I feel like, yeah, I want to do it, but I want to do it with this. I want to build a solar farm. I want to have, the tractors. I want to have like drones and stuff. I really want to do farming to that level in Africa so that we are self-sufficient. But to do it, you need a lot of money. The way I want to do it, you need a lot of money. So I'm using my platform. I'm using the money I'm making with music to invest in different place, and from that thing, it will take it to the next level.
True.
Joel, I know it's not. I know it's not. Joel is my cousin. I know it's not in Canada. It's not. It's not midnight yet. But I love you, my cousin, and happy 50th birthday.
Oh. Forward the song. Forward the song.
Look at you.
Oh là là, ça
Look
c'est
at
notre
you.
aîné, ça.
Ça, c'est notre aîné. Look at
Merci.
us like in
We give
Congo
thanks.
back in the 80s at 12 years old, acting like we were something where we were just sons of people. And look at you now. Half a century, at least in Portugal. Love you, cousin, and can't wait to see you and celebrate in Canada.
Put some cakes, put some candles,
Put
put
some cakes
some
for my cousin
whatever in the
Joel. Hey,
comments. Yes.
hey.
Happy birthday. This side. It's not
And
yet
go
in
and
Canada,
go
but this side it is.
and please go follow his channel on YouTube.
Yes.
He's also starting his process of explaining to people. He has a channel where he explains to people how to use the tools we use to create this content. I know at this time, Boddhi starts to be tired. He's
That's those are
speaking
my
of foreign
errors. Those
gentlemen.
are, mhm.
But Botswana saw a serious food shortage because dependency on neighboring countries. Exactly, Segolam.
Yes, sir.
That's the thing where we have countries with 100% dependency on things that we could do by ourselves. If we took advantage of and we have land in our countries. It's no, we don't have like cities everywhere. We have land. We can create, we can sustain ourselves. But then it's always the same thing: laziness, and the people who tell us, "Nah, don't worry, we have yogurt for you."
And
What you
but
want? What?
when it comes to Africa, brother, I think the problem resides also in the fact that there's, especially, and I was having this conversation with some of my childhood friends. I told you about it, and actually, a day was in the chat, Pata236. We're talking about this, and it's like there's a there's a problem and a massive disconnect with the diasporas. Now we're coming to the conversation because of this
Oh my
intervention of
God!
the, but
There we go.
I say second. I'm sorry, but it really is the issue where you're being told, "Hey, no, it's not safe." For example, in my country, Central African Republic, it's just like this consistent transmission of information to the diaspora in some way, shape, or form, or some members of the Central African diaspora that it's not really safe, it's not this, it's not that, and to a certain extent, it is indeed still very unstable. But there are things that can be done, and I think it's the case for a lot of the African diasporas abroad. They have this feeling that going back home is this majestic, amazing. It's gonna be so freaking amazing. And it could be, but there are so many realities on the grounds that are not being considered. And as you just said, when you're looking at even back in the 90s, I remember my father bought some comment tu appelles ça en anglais là, des bœufs,
Beef,
some
cows.
cows, but like massive amounts of cows, and he was breeding whatever with all the pearl people, the pearl people,
Yeah, Fulani.
the Fulanis, and c'est pas la même chose. Les pearl, ouais, c'est le
Yeah, it's the
comment
same
tu
thing.
appelles ça en anglais, putain, they're like farmers, hardworking people. And there was a lot of land, and it was like, look, how about we start trying to get people to contribute, like the locals, to benefit from this land, and very much to the same respect of what your mother is doing. And there's a sense of laziness. It's like, it's not good enough for us. It's like, but bro, you're struggling to find food. You rather, like, what is that? What is that about? What's that mentality? So there is this sentiment, I think, where um, back home everything's going to be fine, everything's going to be amazing, and we're going to be able to do all these great things, and we can, but it's very complicated to get anything done, man.
It's I see four groups of, and like, it's funny because Africans or people who are into the, like, the African thing, don't divide us. Listen, I'm the realist here, so I'm gonna do a little bit of realism. There's 54 countries in Africa, and that's 54 different ways of thinking. there's four groups in the African descent. If and inside of those four groups, there's so many different opinions, right? But the way I like to see it is, you have the people who were born in Africa, like you and me. I was born in Congo. You were born in Central African Republic, but I left at 7 years old to go live in France. So
I left at 18.
So you left at 18. So this is why I always tell people that you are more African than me in terms of your ways. Because if I look at my memories, I can remember some stuff, but what I remember mostly is Def Leppard, Van Halen, and Europop. That's what I grew up on before discovering hip hop. So I have a European ways of seeing things. You will have a more African way of seeing things, but you've been in Europe for already the other
20
half
years.
of your life. So you are also starting to be diluted. Then you have those who are still in Africa. And then you have those who were born in Europe and then they started going in Africa. And then you have those who are in Europe who have never been in Africa, but they want to see themselves as more Africans than the African themselves. And they have a lot of dreams for Africa and Africans from the eyes of Europeans that they are, or Americans. And then you have those who left Africa so many generations ago that they see now themselves as Haitians, West Indians, Martinique, Guadeloupe, or French, or whatever, or English, and everybody is connected to in terms of origins, but we are now a lot of distinct groups. And what was interesting 10 years ago was that there was a movement with the Congolese diaspora where everybody was like, Belgium, France, there's no issues there. We're going back home. And they went home to build what was not there most of the time. And most of them, they had a romanticized idea of what they would find there. And when you arrive in Africa after living abroad for 30 years, 20 years, whatever amount of years, you realize that you are a stranger in a land where there's other rules. And I've seen people tweeting all the time from their sofas in Portugal, France, and wherever. And I can see who have been and who understand the reality of the different countries and different cities. And those who are tweeting from their sofas in the comfort of their internet, and they're just talking about a place that they don't know about. And you have to make this distinction between people, because once you arrive there, the problems and the rules are not the same. The societies don't think the way you think they would think, because you arrive and you've been seeing it with the eyes of an outsider. Even if in every inch of your heart you wanna think that you are an insider, you're not. You've been away far too long, or you never been there. And I have some friends, they went back, and some of them, they are the happiest they ever been, because they found sets of rules that work with them. They can have big houses, they can have this, they can have that, they can build stuff, they farming, they mining, they creating services, etc. And then there's others who they want to go back. because they realize that, well, actually, I like Social Security. I like credit cards that I can use everywhere. I like having fast internet, et cetera, and whatever city they chose was not ready yet. So it really depends, and you have to be able to put a little bit of granularity in what can be done, and and what you're gonna find out there. Because first of all, from a country to a country, it depends. It depends when they had their independence. It depends how they were left after the independence. It depends what is their dependence still, because a lot of the independences were fake. It depends how willing are the people out there to follow you in your grand plan, your grand master plan of what you want from Africa. Sometimes you arrive there, people just want to eat bread at night. They don't care about your, "Oh, I want to build a city and I will do this, and we need to have the Silicon Valley and we need our own cryptocurrencies, so the dollar, whatever, whatever." And I remember I was in the plane with a businessman, and so we were sitting together. We didn't talk, and at a point he's like, "You're the son of," and I'm like, "How you know?" And he's like, "Well, you look like him, and your father is super famous, so I figured." And we start having a conversation, and I'm like, "So what do you do?" And he's like, "Oh, I have this service where I sell a service. You take an account in my company, and we take care for you of PlayStation cards, Google cards, Apple cards. We will do for you the account in around the world or France, whatever, and you can then use Netflix and all these things. We pay the cable, whatever, all these. We create that service for you." Using the internet and
Dope.
whatever, and I was like, "Wow, that's amazing." And then I start talking to him about cryptocurrency. I start telling me my grand plan for Congo. I tell him, "Well, I believe that if we start using cryptocurrencies like XRP to do the remittance, and so that every Congolese person can have a wallet, and we have a digital Congolese franc that is you know, where if I want to send you $200 wherever you are, from wherever I am, I could do it at 3 a.m. And I would just do beep, beep, beep. And in 1 second from my app, you receive the money that I put from my account in dollars, turned into whatever cryptocurrency, and then you receive it in our digital cryptocurrency in Congo, and you receive it then in Congolese francs or in dollar out there in Congo, and you can use it straight at 2 a.m. if you need that money now." And that would be amazing, because how we have Western Union and MoneyGram sucking the blood of our people and doing all these ads about, help your family, and then they've been taking a percentage of us all these time. And I was like, "Hey, listen," and the banks and all these people are just sucking the blood of all the money that us are sending to our people out there. So that's what I was telling him. And I was like, "Yeah, I believe that with cryptocurrencies, we can create a thing where if every Congolese has a digital wallet, we can just send the money in and out of Africa just how we want. And yeah, we find a way to make sure that it's controlled and whatever, and it's not financing illicit stuff. But at least if I want to if I want to buy a terrain in Congo, I want to buy 1 hectare for 3,000. I don't need to go to all the hula hoops of sending money to a bank that will go to the U.S. and then it will go from U.S. banks and then go back to Congo. Why? Why do they have to do something with our money?"
Yeah, you create
And
you basically use that as the new fiat.
yeah, this is the new fiat. We go digital. Everybody has a phone. Even the people who don't have bank accounts have phones. So everybody now in their phones, they have an app with, and it's connected to the internet. Even when people don't have the internet, like you do deals, and then every Congolese person, when you go to the market, instead of using the dirty money that we use, that is full of bacterias, you can just do like the Kenyas with M-Pesa and etc. So I'm like, what you and he's like, well, the Congolese government have I like your idea, it's very interesting, but the Congolese government has banned every cryptocurrency transactions. Cryptocurrencies, you cannot use them in Congo. And I was like, what? Why? Well, the dominance of the dollar. First of all, there's the convenience. We have the dollar. Everybody use the dollar. Everybody's happy using the dollar. And the Americans want us to use the dollar. And if you start saying, oh, we're going to do this, if they remove the SWIFT, so the SWIFT is the system that, it's a message system. It's old. It's a system that you can use to, if you want to send money from one country to another, they use the SWIFT system to do the conversion of currencies between the local money to dollars, and then from dollars to other dollars.
And in
then
the
if
process
it
of
goes
all
to
that, they
Mexico,
take their little cuts.
and of course they take their little cut.
Of course.
And
Why not?
of course. And they come to your government and they say, well, if we remove access to the SWIFT to you, like we did to the Angolans, you will be fucked.
Literally.
So I think we want to continue using the dollars. And then people are like, yeah, I think we want to, fuck cryptocurrencies. And there goes my grand plan. And if I was the president of my country, that would be the first thing I would do. African Silicon Valley, creating new green cities, but redone well, not the anarchic way that they've been done, etc. But then you have all the people who are, because we love to say that our leaders are corrupt. Who the fuck corrupts them? The same people who say you are corrupt are the people who corrupts them. So, and those people, there's a reason why they corrupt you, because they make a ton of money from the corruption. Right now, Israel and Palestine are at it again. I don't care which is your side. I want just you to ask yourself. The dome, which is the system of missiles that is is destroying the missiles that are sent by the Palestinians, right? Every missile costs $60,000. And the missiles that are sent from the other side, they probably cost 10,000, 20,000, whatever, right? And all this money goes in the US, in France. Those are the ones selling the weapons. That's what people never see. Oh, you're corrupted, or you're corrupted. Who makes the fucking money is the question that nobody wants to ask, because everybody's lazy. And that's when you understand. And that's when you understand that it's not as easy as you think when you come from the diaspora and you have all these ideas on Twitter, on all those talks, and let's go Nubians, whatever. Listen, all the money of the world is in the south, and all the rich people are in the north, and the north have nothing under their ground. We have oil, we have gold, we have diamonds, we have coltan, we have all this. And there's a reason why we have we are where we are and they are where they are. And if I was, I know that's why he's out. And 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 there's a reason why things stay this way. Because listen, I live in a rich neighborhood in Portugal. It's one of the nicest area of Lisbon. And if somebody told me, yo, you're gonna have to leave Expo, and you will go live in Buraca or someplace even more ghetto as part of an exchange, every month, all the rich people, you go to the ghetto, and all the ghetto people, the poor people, those who are, they will come live in your place, and yeah, you have to leave everything as there is, and they will leave. Don't worry, they will leave their food for you. They will leave their home just as is, and they will come to you, and for 1 month they live in your house and you live in theirs. My reply would be, fuck no. No, I don't want to go in the ghetto. And it's the same thing that all these people in Occident are thinking. I'm American. My money, the US, Erica, my money is backed on nothing. It's not even backed on gold anymore. It's just backed on trust. But this is the number one money. This is the number one currency. And I don't want Bitcoin to become the number one currency, because I don't control Bitcoin if I'm American. And all the Africans and all these countries are poor because we control the resources. And we don't want you to control the resources because our people will be poor. And if our people are poor, it's going to create anarchy in our countries. And we're not going to be able to pay Social Security, etc., because we will not have any money anymore. We already gave you your independence, cost us money. We stopped slavery, cost us a lot of money. We gave you back all the colonies, the island, Haiti, all that, cost us a lot of money and of a lot of free main d'oeuvre, free workers.
Workforce. I guess.
Yeah. You're not gonna come and decide that gold, the price of gold, is gonna be decided in the African Wall Streets. Well, all the gold come from Africa.
How dare you?
Nah. You cannot do these things. No, I mean, listen, we're gonna have, African Union. Me, Gaddafi, listen, I think we should do our gold coins, and actually we should just have one currency in Africa, and this currency should be the currency to rule and everything, and we'll decide the price of the diamonds and the gold and the oil, since everything is here. So, and miss, goodbye.
Done deal.
So that's this thing where, again, I'm not saying things are impossible. I'm just saying, you want to change stuff in Africa? Look at the Chinese. Look at how they did. Look at how they mastered their process year after year for 70 years. They went from people dying of hunger to mega cities, and all the reserves of currencies and all the dollars are actually out there. All the Bitcoin mines are out there as well. And they're about to release their own digital currency so that they can be free from SWIFT. But they did it day by day, step by step, pretending that they were your workers. Oh, you want to build your iPhones there? Yeah, we'll build them for you. Yeah, go. Here's the schematic, you idiots. Build it. And then they were like, oh, okay, that's how you do. Oh. And then one day, out of nowhere, Oppo, Huawei, etc., domination. You want to do it, you have to do it that way. You have to play their game with their rules better than them, and then they cannot do nothing. They can just gesticulate on TV and say you bad, say, oh, look, and there's nothing they can do against you. You know? I have a Libyan friend and they didn't listen. Back in the days in Libya, you had free school. Everybody had like social security, garden, etc. Look at what Libya is now. And he was like holding all the different factions together. And I mean, listen, it doesn't mean that he was a perfect person or whatever. It just means that it's interesting how the people who say that you are the savior of your country can call you a dictator 20 years after. It's interesting, you know. It's interesting that when Angola is buying the whole Portugal, all of a sudden they have no more access to the SWIFT and they have no more access to dollars. And all of a sudden you can be
this African
Are
arrogance.
you gonna buy us? No way. And so imagine back then when you had all this money flowing in, if you invested everything in Bitcoins, in cryptocurrencies, and now you can move your money and you don't care about SWIFT. If you're a government and you invested like, I don't know, 100 billion in Bitcoins 10 years ago, now you have trillions that you can move anywhere in the world and you don't care about the things that they will invent to prevent you from continue to buy your ex-colonizer. And this is the difference. And this is where people, to me, they always are 5 steps late in the conversation, because they are interested in all the little news, these are the Luanda papers. Look, people will say what they want. Isabel, celebrated as the richest woman in Africa, a woman. And then in 3 months, Luanda papers, whatever. Who sold these papers? None of us. Oh, but they gave us rocks. And all of us were throwing rocks at her because we don't want to protect our people. We don't want to protect our people. We are the first ones to go. They're corrupt. Fuck them. Listen.
No,
what about those people? You think they're not corrupt? And that's the thing to me with Africa. At a point, everybody's cute, but until we are ready to protect our people, even if they are crooks, they're still our people. Because listen, you know how much money the Cheney family did from the war in Iraq? Because once the war was over, the people from the Bush administration, they were the families that were, because don't forget that all these people are Texans, all these people are petrol families. After the war, everybody got blocks of oil that they could suck from Iraq, and they made billions upon trillions, not only from the oil that they pumped from there, but only from the weapons they sold on both sides. And as long as you don't understand how it works, you can yell all you want and you can dance all you want. It's not going to change nothing. You have to understand the game to play the game. Most people, they don't understand the game, and they come to the game emotional, and they get fucked. No Vaseline, with sand in the ass.
Real dry.
And that's the thing with the I mean, you know, the game of music is exactly like the game of geopolitics. It's the same thing. If you don't understand the landscape, you cannot move in the landscape. You will not be able to move if you don't understand what you are dealing with and how, and who is your enemy, who's your friend, who you are dangerous to. You know that some countries that I will not name, if you are deemed dangerous to the state of X, you get eliminated
Right away.
right
Without
away.
any conversations needed.
Oh, and then yeah, listen, everybody will have a narrative of why you disappeared and why it's good because you were this and he was followed by the services. Oh yeah, he's a terrorist, and you have to understand how it works. So you have to also understand how to be smart when you want to play this game. Oh my God, we're not done with this life. I thought is oil production failing globally? I mean, it depends because last year, clearly, because you have to understand how oil production is done. Once you open the pipes, the oil never stops flowing out. So you have to have the barrels, and you have to produce X amount per day.
day.
And you cannot cut the production. So during the pandemic, since there's been no plane in the sky and no cars in the streets, and a lot of these places were closed, there was more oil produced than needed. So that's why the prices plummeted, putting countries like Angola, countries like Saudi Arabia, and all these countries, and
OPEC.
Argentina.
OPEC et puis tout le machin.
Argentina, a lot of those countries, all of a sudden that were only reliant on oil for everything, like Guinea Equatorial, all these countries, all of a sudden they realize, whoop, like price of oil went from 90 per barrel to 25 per barrel, and I think it went even more down. And now you had a lot of boats. I know because I have somebody very close to me that was selling those. You had boats where it was tankers where you just put oil and they just stay in the sea waiting for, they were just my pleasure. And you have a lot of those boats that are waiting for this oil to be consumed. And at the same time, you still have the oil that is being produced. So, and at the same time, you have this narrative of the green energy of those new administration where everybody wants to be more green. So it's complicated. I don't know. I don't think the oil people are failing, but for exactly Venezuela, for example, those were countries that based their whole thing on oil, and because of this whole pandemic, it's crazy how one pandemic can just destroy a country or the careers of DJs and singers at the same time. There's a lot of, China advanced by authoritarian rules. They also feel the voice of the US. Yep. The Silk Roads. And the thing is this, the Europeans and Americans, they came to Africa and they only built roads that were leading to the mines that they could exploit. Where the Chinese, they built you football stadiums, they build road that they don't care about, they build you hospitals and stuff, and then they say, we just want to mine.
And let's not forget about the Russians as well, who are very smart with the way they're investing in Africa. Russians, no, I can't say what you want about Russians, but they don't play. They're for reals. They're like
because in all the resources are in Africa. Africa,
and,
South America.
And they're not approaching it like the Americans or the French or the Israelis or for them it's all about, hey, let's get this shit easy, simple.
Yep.
We need this, we need this.
How much you want? Yep.
That's it.
You want money? We want mines. Let's go. And there's a real shift happening
Oh yeah, Russia is in Africa, of
in.
course, of course.
Listen,
Didn't you see the Russia Africa summit? Oh man, it's on.
Russia is there,
But I prefer to have the Russians and
China is there.
the Russians actually, quite sincerely, in some countries, because I think they'll probably do a little bit a slightly better job security wise than the French, for example, in some countries.
What the problem is that for a lot of times the French and the rest of the Occidentals have been used in having African countries always following them in the United Nations.
Yeah,
Whenever there was resolutions to be taken,
yeah,
all Africa was deciding the same thing the the French and the Occident for whatever resolution. And then the Chinese and the Russians played a smart game of, hey, we'll give you money. No, we'll lend you money. And yeah, we'll open lines of credit. We'll send people like Akon to light, put electricity, give him 2 billions of lines of credit, etc. And he's
easy.
gonna be the face
Let's create the
of
first
this.
eco city in Senegal and in the in
Exactly.
Africa,
But all
this and
this is
that.
Chinese money. And all this is Chinese money, and there's nothing bad about it. It's just that
No,
it's the power play behind it that people have to
but
see.
the Westerners are making it sound and look bad. Oh, the evil
Exactly.
yellow monster, da da da. Very racist as
Exactly.
well, by the way. But yeah,
But and the same French, for example, they're like, the chain Accor, which is Ibis,
the hotels, yeah,
Novotels, all Pullman, all they've been
yeah.
bought by China. The French were, oh my God, how could we let this happen? And the Chinese was like, well, it's the market. There's shares. We bought shares. Like, we went to the way you play the game with all the money that we lended to you when you are printing dollars forever. We are buying the bonds, and then we own your currency, and then with that money we buying your companies. What's the problem? It's unfair. Wait a minute. When you bought all the mines and all the companies in Congo and all around Africa, it wasn't fair as well? Oh no, it's not the same thing. So I don't understand why it's unfair when it's us. And that's what's going on right now in the world. Like, if for those who are interested into geopolitics, the blocks are changing, and the power is changing. After the war, everybody was still
It's the African Union, Erica. African Union.
yeah. After the war, the money that was after the Bretton Woods Accords, the dollar became the base of all currencies, more or less. The exchange of value is always how much what is in dollars. And it gave the Americans way too much power and way too much power of influence, because if they remove the dollar from you, you fucked. And for a lot of people who are considered the good countries, it was fine. But even the people who are on the side of Americans, they are saying to themselves, well, that's a lot of power for these people, and look the people that they put as presidents. They can put
Bad
a
thing.
guy who arrives and says, I don't care about nobody, America first. And all of a sudden they become our competition. And then all these countries in Europe realize that, wait a minute, we're part of the NATO, and the NATO is controlled by the US. So if
Oh
there's
shit.
a war or something, like, the Americans decide. And if whatever we doing, if the Americans decide that from now there's going to be a tax of 20% of all on all pork or whatever, we can have all pens of our economies that are just destroyed because they decide from now on it's America first. And then that's when the French president said, we should do our European army. And all of a sudden, everybody was like, no, what's this? Come on, no, 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 no. Germany said no, etc. Like, that's how we went to war, and that's how World War II and one commenced. In the meantime, the Chinese have been building islands. When they put base, they've been going to African countries, doing deals. They be sending people and, lighting all Africa and putting lines of credits everywhere. And, well, listen, it's for people, it's like, well, evil or evil. Which one is less evil? And for me, listen, when we had our guy, Gaddafi, saying the same things that, hey, we should get our own power, all of a sudden in the TV was, he has 100 women, he's a this, he's a that, Saddam Hussein,
and on the media, so they'll send whatever narrative they want to send out there.
Yep. And what is more difficult today in the world of today is actually that you cannot just have the message from CNN and everybody believes. Nowadays, look, we are having a conversation about it, and we can have X amount of people watching, and we might have, and listen, I mean, whatever we say or we believe, we might be completely false. Who knows? But we might have 2, 3, maybe Erica now is like epiphany. You see what I mean? And then we have today the possibility to all have a narrative, and that narrative can be heard by 10, 100, 10 million people. And that's how now you have people who don't believe in vaccines, people who believe that Bill Gates is evil, to go back to the beginning of the conversation, people who believe that the COVID was made by men. Some others says it came out of the ass of a pangolin or of a bat. Who knows? But the thing is, today it's harder to have everybody believe one thing because there's not just one media that says. Everybody can have a channel when they can amass whoever with what they say. And we go full circle into the power of the governments in a world where everybody can become their own media. People can believe that, Kaysha and Boddhi Satva are the places where now they will listen to whatever. And then we can say stuff that is relevant, true, or true to our points of view. Or we can now start saying whatever bullshit we want. If we have 10 million people who believe us, it becomes the truth. And this is what is dangerous to the governments today, is the information and the disinformation is available to everyone, and it's impossible to control today. That's why they keep grilling the Zuckerbergs and the Tim Cooks and the Sundar Pichai in the Congress, because they are trying to get back control. But if you think about it, we are on YouTube. Africa is moving from one master to another masters. Yep. Again, convenience, laziness. But look, what I wanted to say was, we are talking on YouTube, right? American company. I'm using an iPhone. American company. Some people are watching on Facebook. American company. And we will discuss all this and debate on Twitter. American company. And the Chinese and the Americans keep saying, the internet in China is not free, blah, 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 blah. But they have their own YouTube, they have their own Twitter, they have their own thing. And at least you cannot come and tell them who they are or tell the world who they are, or whatever you say about them doesn't arrive there. And yeah, listen, you can see it from the point of view of, yeah, but then it's an authoritarian state, it's dystopian, etc. Yeah, we can see it from that point of view. But if I'm African, where is my Twitter? Where's my YouTube? Where is the place where, as an African creator, I'm paid for my content? These American companies don't care. Those videos, if they play on YouTube in Central African Republic, they don't generate no money because there's no advertisement there. Because for them, where is our Twitter? Where are our social network that we could use as Africans? No, we all here talking in American media. Everybody's posting about Africa on Instagram. Instagram is an American company. It's not an African company. So, as I say, everybody can become the king of.
That would work out too well, though, without very controlling states.
But you see what I mean?
You will see ministers sliding into girls' DMs, sending good pictures and shit.
But you see what I mean?
Oh
we here in this, we are in this world where everybody is believing that they have a sense of power because they have 1 million followers on YouTube, and they are giving the right words, and they are listen, Africa first, blah 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 blah. Like I was saying to a friend, listen, the moment you become too dangerous, those American companies will just, you will wake up one day, you're trying to go to a YouTube channel, it doesn't exist anymore. If they can do it to their own president, who are you?
Exactement.
So you don't have control. The only way to have control is when you have your own website. And we gave up that control a long time ago, when everybody was everybody's on MySpace, I'm going there.
And even if you have your own website, knowing that Amazon is the biggest
provider of cloud services,
please, you screwed.
You screwed.
Well, family,
that's why decentralization is the key, and cryptocurrencies are the keys. But we'll keep that for another episode of the Monday Quality Talks, indeed, because we've been at it for 4 fucking hours, and that's a lot of time.
It's a lot of time.
But that was, finally you invite me. Damn it.
Yeah, well, it had to
time.
It took me long enough to make sure that I did a proper platform for you to be received on. See? See?
Royalty.
That's right.
Royalty.
There was a question by last question we're gonna answer to briefly. Segolame Moswete in Botswana was asking,
Speaking of Corona and its effect on DJs, considering that you gentlemen dominate certain genres, are you guys doing okay? Are you making ends meet?
Yeah, man, can't
That was
complain.
not the question. I'm fine. I mean, I see the difference, but as I was saying, because I've been creating catalog for decades now, my money doesn't come from shows. My money comes from the internet. So
Yeah.
in a moment where everybody uses the internet, I actually make more money than before. And in a world where my wife cannot take my credit card and go to shopping because all shoppings are closed, I made a ton of money. Actually, I saved a ton of money during the pandemic.
Yeah, we appreciate all of you, family, for tuning
What was
in.
the-
It was great,
the other
man.
question?
No, that was it, I think. And
Thank
yeah,
you so
we're
much.
We're doing all right, man. We're keeping ourselves busy, and we're thankful. And again, make sure you follow Kaysha's channel, please, here on YouTube.
Yep.
In the comment section, in the description section of the video, there is a.
Let me
I'll
put
put
the
your
link for you.
website. But put the link here.
I'm gonna put the link to. I put it in a private chat so you can put my links. And for those,
that link is already in the comment. It's already in the description section. So if you have the other one, yeah, all right, cool. That's go get some I always do that proper with the guests, man. Come on, bro. Come on, man.
You have to be a regular guest on Quality Talk at least every 2 months, once a month. Listen, that's the thing. Me and Body, we are trying to build our platforms together, and more compa. I actually released a compa song called. Let me see. I released so many songs. Let me just watch on Spotify. I forgot the name of the song because I release a song every week. But I just released a compa tune called what's the name? Spotify doesn't want to turn on. There it goes. I just released a track called. Let me look at my discography in here. So let me show you a little bit of my backhand. So Spotify. I have this track called discography. No, that's albums. I have this track called there it is. Comment vivre sans toi. It's this one has a little bit of compa, and I also have the Something Going On compa Guyad extended remix that is killing it in TikTok. You can go check it out already. Wow, already 200,000 plays. Amazing. This one is going to the million, and this one is so it's a remix of an old song of mine, but we did it in a compa version, and this track is killing it. And of course, you can check my latest album, which is African Prince, and African Prince has 40 songs, and in there you have songs with Boddhi Satva, you have Compa, Kizomba, you have everything. You have Afro House, etc., etc.
Show them the Amapiano as well. The Amapiano plays all the
Oh
plays
yeah,
they should follow.
so under my other name, Diamantero, I have these two Amapiano EPs and Com as well. You can check them out for those who like Amapiano and that kind of music. So that's what I do. That's what I've been doing. So you can check them out for those who are interested.
Well,
And of course, you can follow me on YouTube where we have Club Shadas. So we don't start early like the little chicken here who wants to sleep at this time. We start Club Shada at midnight and a half Portuguese time. So that would be an hour. So we would be in our first hour right now. Every Wednesday and every Sunday on my YouTube channel. So, if you want to come by, those who don't know, please come, and we have those conversations all the time about everything that's interesting, and we have meaningful conversations, and I hope it was meaningful for you, and hey, listen, Kiata, if the boss invites me again every 2 months, I'll be there.
Well, it's only right. Plus, it's only making sense. But I think that it was aligned very, very well. Yeah, man, well, it's not even every 2 months. I think we're going to be doing that more regularly because I think
Oh my God.
again, there's so much to be speaking on, and because these conversations are endless, and if we can spend 6 hours talking about cryptocurrencies, believe us, we can talk to you guys for much more. But anyway, production
Like
mode, we
those,
have to
this,
finish our albums
and
and stuff. So yeah,
that's the fun part that people don't realize. We have those conversations on the phone every day.
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
Yeah,
last night was fun. We have those conversations daily actually. So for us, it's not even something crazy. So hey, listen, everybody, support Boddhi Satva. If you're on YouTube, make sure you send your super chats, or if you cannot send a super chat, make sure you go to the store, Boddhi
Satva.com.
Satva.com, to buy some merch. And if you cheap like that, just go to Spotify, Apple Music, Tidal, whatever. Put a Boddhi Satva album to play on repeat all night, and this will help. And don't forget to leave a like and a comment on that video. And listen, if you really want to help and you really don't want to spend money, but you have like 5 minutes, go to the last 10 videos of Boddhi Satva, leave a nice comment and a like.
Definitely
And
appreciate that.
Clubhouse
Listen,
talks, yeah,
okay.
Boddhi does that. Me, I don't have,
Yeah,
I don't have time
I
in my
have
life. I don't
I
even
have a
have sex
clubhouse
anymore.
talk
So
on.
no.
No, I have a clubhouse talk on a Wednesday with Carla Gomez La Peña. We're talking about mental health and how to use your skills and capacities to the best of your interest. And she's a specialist. She really has the knowledge, and it's interesting. So we there for about an hour and a half on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. Portugal time, which is 1 p.m. Eastern. And yeah, if you want more information, just check on my Instagram and Twitter and stuff. And Thursdays for the Afro House Talks with the guys from Free with Mr. Silk, Lunga, and the whole crew. We talk about Afro House and the progress of the sound and the industry, etc., etc. So it's pretty interesting. But yeah, once again, family, make sure you go follow Papa Kaysha's channel here on YouTube. If you're not following the man on the socials, you can find all the links that you need here below in the description section or here above if you're on Facebook. And please continue sharing the love. And thank you, thank you, thank you. We thank you all very much.
Dankjewel.
Obrigado. Dankjewel.
Obrigado,
Yeah.
meninos e meninas.
Yes. Yo, bless, 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 bless.